Okay, so today is my first stream in like about a week, so I really hate that I'm doing that because I always have the routine of doing it every single day. But I guess I was doing those silent stream, like no commentary streams for a while, where I was using the TTS. It does actually sound like me pretty well. It's one that kind of clones your voice, but I don't really like doing that. But what that allows me to do is, again, when I have so little time like I do now, it lets me do it for much longer. Like I was doing 6, 8 hour streams. I was AFK some of it, but like I was still doing a lot of content there. It's just like, and I was doing some of the TTS stuff, but I can't really talk in that case or really focus too much. So I was just kind of playing mindless stuff. Here, it's a case where, this is better, but then I also don't have a ton of time, but I shouldn't use that as an excuse, right? That was always my philosophy. I would always stream every day. I would always be on a good routine with that, like no matter what, even if it was short, even if it was whatever kind of thing I would do, sometimes filler categories like chess or like, Hearthstone or something. So I shouldn't let this be a bad thing, because that's kind of a good philosophy to have, right? If you want to do something, right, anything, whatever it might be, like you want to be, play a sport or be good at chess or be a writer or something, you should do some amount of it every day, right? There's some just basic principle like that. So like write one page of a book every day, even if, it doesn't seem like the biggest deal. Sometimes that's what people do, is they sort of self-sabotage. This is just like psychology. Like they'll self-sabotage in the sense that, and I'm like this a lot too, if it's not absolutely perfect, or if you don't have the absolute best setup or mindset or, frame of mind, then why even bother? But then you'll never do anything, because you might never get to that point where everything is perfect. You have the best, you want to be a musician, but you don't have the best guitar, so you got to wait, and then you'll never have it, or there'll always be something more that you require, or, something to qualify it. So that's a little bit different, right? Sometimes you should just do it in a routine, and then eventually, right, it shouldn't be like a pressure, like a big deal, like, oh, you're doing this thing, like, it should be just normal, right? So like, I'm just doing this, I'm not doing it because, for money, or I haven't made anything on this channel, obviously, because it's very small. But just, none of that should matter. If it happens, it happens, but you should just do it for the sake of it, as a routine. So yeah, I've been trying to beat this level 6 bot, and again, that's another testament to these sort of short unfocused sessions, that whatever I would want to do, I don't even have time to do or get into. So one thing I will look up is the delisted games. I keep saying I want to do that, because that's honestly something I wouldn't mind doing on the TTS kind of sessions, because it's like, I'd want to play this with commentary, right, and with more focus. But it doesn't matter, because if something's about to be delisted, like, period, and you could never play it again, that would be my only chance ever to play it. So it doesn't matter, right? Like, what am I saving it for? Right, it's like, either I do it now with what little time I have, or I'll never be able to do it, which I hate that about the whole modern digital landscape of games. But the one noteworthy thing that I got around to doing, just random, something I'm about to do tonight, is I finally edited from 2021. Right, I still haven't uploaded all my stuff from then. I'm starting to try to do it now. Or catch up with some of it. I finally finished editing my Earthbound Beginnings playthrough, which was one of the first playthroughs I did on this channel. That was in 2021. So I did like the Luigi's Mansion Super Hard Mode was the first series I did. Then I did like Paper Mario Hard Mode, and then I think I did Earthbound right after that. So it was like the third playthrough. Those two I did upload much sooner. Those two I did. I probably uploaded in like 2022, so that was still a little bit late, but. And the Luigi's Mansion one is funny too, because it's a world first clear that nobody had ever done that before. Nobody has video of them doing it, so that's a legitimate world first clear. But even then, I was slow to upload it. So if it was like a really competitive one that a lot of people were trying to do, or what the consensus was, actually, I was talking on a forum, or I had seen it, that people were even saying it couldn't be done. That was part of the reason why I came back to, not even so much to streaming, but that's why I wanted to do that one. And like, people were treating it like, it can't be done. And there's like some bugs that make it almost impossible. And there's like, you can't suck the purple ghost. So you have to use the element. Like, it was so janky in a way, but it was still doable, and it was so good because you had to kind of scratch and claw and use every resource. So I can kind of credit that series. It was so good and such a good hard mode that it actually made me kind of a streamer again and made me want to, like, I just came back to do that particular series. I'm like, I want to do that, and I may as well do it on stream. And then it was so good that I was like, okay, now I'll keep going, and then I'll do Paper Mario, and that was that was very fun too. And then those two series I can credit with a lot of why I even came back. So my problem with these is I tend to be very slow in terms of, or I mean, I tend to be very fast when I don't need to be. So this level is, we've beaten 1 through 5 pretty easily. I'm trying to go through every single bot on here, and what it means is that it's a situation where this is the level where you find out you have to actually think and do something more. Like, you can't just do surface level. You have to actually think a little deeper, take some time, have some like, this is a perfect example of this bot. I don't care if you're this levels, right? Level 6. This you cannot beat unless you have one of 3 things, right? Either you take a tremendous amount of time, you play like a classical game, you'll take 30 minutes, 60 minutes, 90 minutes, actually think through your moves like crazy, right? Either that, or you have tremendous borrowed knowledge, like your experience, openings, a lot of theory, right? A decent amount of theory. Or number 3 is you calculate really well and like just, I don't know, like, you can't, like, Magnus Carlsen as a kid couldn't beat this bot, like, when he was first learning, and it doesn't matter how good you think you are instinctively. This is the perfect level example to show that. You can't beat this unless, you're a 2000 player, so you have borrowed knowledge, or you're going to take your time, or you're going to really calculate. You can't just do it, like, surface level the way I try to do everything, like just play it like where you're still thinking and you're still calculating, but it's like a little just basic. You're not really going deep into anything. And that's sort of like the intimidation factor that people have. Like, you don't want to think too hard, right? Who said that? Hikaru, and I think others have said that too. Like, I don't want to think too much. Right, like, you could calculate more if you really wanted to. Anybody can do it, but or yeah, and uploading some of my older videos, I kind of want to show it, but I don't know. I uploaded one, like, chess players before Hikaru, and this was in 2021, obviously, and it's me saying kill, 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 like, before I had really adopted the Hikaru. I mean, I knew about him, obviously, but I wasn't, like, super, into it. But so I was saying this piece will kill this and then kill this instead of take, right? It was kill, kill. So he made it really just non-violent. So the structure here doesn't make sense. And the reason why it doesn't make sense is because like, I don't know what it is that you're trying to do with this. Like, this, I guess you could, like, sit this on here. It's just very odd. But no, what I can do is, that's just always going to be my strength, or what I've realized, even though as a kid, I was much more aggressive in how I would play. But what I've realized in doing this, right, in these last couple of years of whatever amount of chess I played, I can be like this very obstinate defensive player where I just don't do anything. I don't let them do anything. Like, it's just completely stale and repetitive and drawish and just safe play. So you really, either you win by attrition, they'll eventually make a mistake and you won't, or it'll be a draw, or it'll be like against an evenly matched player, they'll make a mistake and I won't, because I'm not trying to attack, so I'm just playing safe and not pressing. And then they'll eventually try to attack and make something happen, because otherwise what I'm doing is boring and repetitive. So they'll try to force something, do something, and then they'll make a mistake. I take advantage, I can win. Or if it's a better opponent, then I'll still kind of starve them out, and then they'll end up being a draw. And then even beyond that, it's like, it's just kind of boring, but it's the way the game works. So this is confusing because if they take, I can't really justify it take, so I guess I have to do it. I could just, this is weird. Oh, that's shocking that he would do that. That's a shocking move that he would, like, that's amazing. That makes it seem like, so he's put in a position where he like, imagine this move. Like, this must be a massive blunder for an opponent. This is actually pretty good. I mean, it's deceptive. You pushed upon, there must be something really good I could have done here then. Right, that he's getting punished. That he has to say, he moves the pawn there only to let me take it for free and not do anything back. Now, sometimes this is deceptive too, because it's like, oh, it's not really bad for them because they didn't really give up a pawn, because if you calculate it a little further, they'll end up getting one back. But I actually don't see in this scenario how that's happening. So they could take with the knight, I take, they take, I take, they still take. So this is the only danger, is that, oh, that diagonal could be so good that you could really, that could be worth it. That could be so strong that allowing that to open could be my demise. The reason why that doesn't bother me, though, even though it should, is because, I don't know, like, this is where you can't let the bishop pair kind of roam free, because, yeah, that might have been why. Like, oh, it's worth giving up a pawn so you can have that. And I don't know. See, the problem is I can't move that because I can't move this. We go here to cover that. I don't know. Yeah, if you just play like really safe and defensive like that, it can be very good. So I'll do what I was trying to tunnel vision on doing. Or I don't even have to do. I can do like this now. They would take, I would take, and then he can't take. So this just shuts down one diagonal completely. And the reason why, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, but it's not fine. See, this is what I mean. Like, people would downplay this, like, oh, it's not that good. And again, levels 1 through 5 weren't really that bad, even though I lost 4 over and over just because I was so not taking it seriously. This is the kind of move, like, you don't make move. Well, again, they move instantly, so that could have taken them 5 minutes to calculate. It's just not how people play. Like, trust me. I can play Magnus when he's 6 years old and his dad's trying to teach him, like, this kind of move, dude. Like, look at this move. Like, what's going to happen, but it's just like, you take, then you're hitting the knight, and then you're attacking the queen. It seems simple, but, like, I don't know. People just don't make moves like that. You just don't see that happen. Again, unless you're good or classical or there's more to it. So if he takes there, you take back. The bad pawn structure, number one. The problem is that, well, you can't double take. I'll just do this. See, at some point you just kind of get lazy. Now that's pretty shocking. He'll get an open file and he has one strong diagonal there. This is exactly what I was talking about before too. This is what's so annoying. You know what that is like? There's nothing more annoying about chess than this realization that, like, you'll see everything that's happening, but you still either let it happen because you're too lazy or whatever, or you kind of, they're good enough. Like, you'll know it's going to happen, but you just can't stop it from happening. So here, I don't even understand, but. Okay, that's my kind of move, because, like, okay, we just trade, simple, and then everything's like, this position should be emblematic of my style of play, the trade happy, trade heavy, shenanigans. There's like one minor element that I'm missing, which sometimes it could just be me taking my time or not, because so it's simple things like this. Think about this as a moderate player, right? Low, beginner, or intermediate. The simple math here is a aesthetic pawn structure. So, like, if I move the knight away somewhere, right? Oh, I guess I could answer my own question though. But if I move the knight away, then he'll take, right? And then I'll take. So that's ugly. The pawns here, they're split. You're leaving one space open, right? So you would instinctively think, okay, I have to take, and it's best for my pawns, and this one's isolated. So pawn-wise, in fact, the pawns on this side are extremely strong for me, because if you think about it, these pawns all equalize each other. This could win you the game right here. Because if you do this, you'll have 3 pawns here, and you know this is isolated, this is completely far away, so you could very possibly try to promote something here. But again, what I could do is be a little more fancy and do this, and the reason why is because now you could cover, so even if you take, I can still take, but then you could take, and furthermore you can go up, then I take, then you take, then I can't take. So I'll do it, but yeah, you're hitting this, and I don't fully understand because the natural thing seems to be to go here, but that probably isn't the right move. But no, this pawn seems extremely weak, right? This is where you got to start looking for stuff, right? I play. This is the moment, right? Like this, we can win this game. If you look at this side right now, this you need to understand. This is a passed pawn that you could try to run with. It's very difficult to do. That's one of the hardest things actually in chess to ever do that I've always observed. To try to promote a pawn or make it into a reasonable threat in like a middle-ish game, like not when it's a pure end game, like, oh, it's just kings on the board or something. In a position like this, like, oh, I'm going to try to promote this pawn, which it should have a clear path. I'm up the +1. It's a great position. It's connected. But it'll be virtually impossible to do, right? You have to do it just right. You have to triple stack probably the rooks and the queen, and like using the knights there is very tricky. So just because you have the advantage to be able to do it doesn't mean you can actually do it. So there has to be some other relevance. So don't try to think too far ahead and forget what's right in front of you. And so the point is that if I raise that, you take that. The only move really seems to either be bring the queen back. You know, here's the reason why I don't want to move the bishop, even though it's not going to matter. I don't want to move the bishop because, or I mean the rook to cover there. And you know why? Because it'll be hitting this, and this is already hitting this. So you're already double attacking it if you just move the bishop, whatever, here or something. So what I want to do, you could give a check there, which shouldn't really matter. I could come back here, right? And so I don't know. Okay, that looks cute, like, oh, look at him give a check, but what is the follow-up? There's nothing. Again, my whole principle, the pink flamingo style that I talked about, and I made the video about it, and just it's easier to see what your opponent is doing and react to it. Why? Because it's already happening. You can think like, oh, what's his plan here? And I'm trying to react and stop it. It's a lot harder to come up from scratch and say, oh, here's what I'm trying to do. Right? You're reacting to something they've already done versus trying to come up with something yourself. So like, oh, I didn't see what they were trying to do. That sure surprised me. But now I see it in front of me. And I, like, if hypothetically, and then I'm reacting and just trying to defend instead of, oh, I'm trying to go out of my way above and beyond. Right, so it's a lot easier to defend than to attack, and then especially with the low-rated players, you get in a position where you, you know, you sort of can win a lot by attrition, because that's the greatest weapon you have in chess too, especially against intermediate low players, is the boredom factor. Like, they could play a boring stale way if they wanted, but oh, they want to do something else. They want to do something more interesting. I lost a lot of games like that because. So what is the thing here? I don't get it. The other knight isn't doing anything. This is being double attacked. This is hitting here, but I don't see a follow up. Like, I don't know. But yeah, I'm too impatient when I'm playing. Okay, this is very basic. Like, wow, he's double stacking to hit a pawn. Like, what a. But again, these are kind of this is kind of cute too, even though it doesn't work. But like, you hit this. Oh no, it does work. Well, if it means I get rid of the knight, so you'll hit this and you'll also trade the queen, and you'll also like this looks so favorable to my style of play, but this is a bad move too. Is what that shows you, because I'm making a concession to say, okay, we're gonna trade. Instead, I could just easily cover it and not worry about it. So I hit this and I cover that. So now you have to do the trade, take, then you take, then I take, then you take. And then I'd love to see how at that point they would possibly win the game. Like, I would be mind boggled if they could do it. I would take, they would take, I would take, they would take, I would take, they would take, I would come here. And it seems like the simplest, easiest thing you could possibly do, right, in your whole life. Now, they might not do it. This is what I mean, dude. Like, this is it, dude. You would rather go down a pawn while you're already going to be... No, but you could have won this one. So this is where they give you too much credit. There must be some reason why that's not good, because, oh, you could have done this, and I do this, and you do this, and this is... That's what I love that. I wanted that to happen, even though I'm making a concession just to try to trade. That could have been... I hate that. I'm even saying like it's not the best move or something, but then they see something that I don't, so then they give me too much credit. Like, I don't know. But we're up 2 pawns, right? So these are 2 passed pawns, 2 connected passed pawns. Like, how could even an idiot like me not win this game at that point? And the reason why is because I'll get too comfortable, complacent, slow. Like, this is it. So do I just march it? Or I'm sometimes too passive and apprehensive with the pawns and stuff. Because, like, you have a defensive style of play, but whatever I've done here has worked. And I played this bot a number of times, and I have played it somewhat evenly, but I think I've lost every game. Or, in fact, I think it even shows you the bot games in your history. I don't think chess.com does that, but... Let's reflect on the number of times we've lost to it. This has been going on for a while, too, because every day I would do it on, like, a routine. We beat level 5 in, like, 1 try. We lost 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13... Like, clearly it is good, and you just have to sometimes take the little extra time. So I don't even know what to do. You should probably just bring the knight back, because whatever that position is for it is just dumb, and I don't get it. And he's not bringing in his knights at all, and now I say that, and then this is a fork. Now, the problem is that... Okay, dude. The problem is that you go here, and if I move here to stop it, you can check, then I go back, then you go, you do it. This will stop it in theory, and there's no way to easily target this knight. So this is the knight actually doing something good, but I didn't even remotely consider that, and I even said, oh, he's not using his knights, you know, effectively or whatever. So a good player here would push these pawns, and there's nothing they could do about it, but it's so difficult to do that. I don't think you realize how difficult it is to actually, because they have so many covers as well, or so many attackers, so you don't think they're going to find a way to stop it. Like, if you don't do it exactly right, you'll end up just losing a pawn, and then it's a waste. Like, it's very, very difficult to do it. So this is covering here. Now, what could he do to really stop that? He'll try to get a pawn in there, and then no, but even well, but then that position might be very strong for the pawn. What I should try to do, this rook isn't doing anything. What I should try to do is I should try to I should try to shut this down somehow. Like, I wouldn't mind doing that trade. This is very important. I don't see how they can push it out. I kind of want to put the other knight there too, just so like it's double reinforced, as if that spot is really that that valuable. But then that's sort of a tunnel vision thing too. I feel like the queen could use a more dynamic spot here, but queen, like, what is it that you should even be trying to do here? And I don't get it. This seems cute because you could try to make a push then, even though it's sort of giving him the open file. This is where I just get kind of lost. Like, I don't know what to do. When I'm winning or when I'm in a good position, I don't know what to do. When I'm getting attacked and whatever, then it becomes fine, because you can't go there, you can't go there, you can't go there. So what is that? I don't get how the knight works, man. Okay, this is fine. And again, there's nothing you can do to push out the thing. I'm getting too comfortable and then I'll fuck something up. So if I take that, you have the pawn there. To lead to the potential fork there. So it's just a numbers game of the moves. Like, I'll take, they'll go there, and they'll be ready to fork it. And so now, why is that even so easy for them to do? Like, the point is I shouldn't take it, right? Under no circumstance should I take it. Even though it's in my nature to do that. Because yeah, they'll come here, right? This is very clearly what they're going to do. They'll come here. Like, I take, they take, okay. Then they go here. Then there's nothing I can do. I can't stop this from happening. I can go like here. So then they check. And then I move. And then like they pin. And then like I can't deal with this pawn. So like the knight's here covered by the pawn. And then even if my thing's here, you check, I go here, you check again, I go back. Or wait. You check, I go, wait. You go here. And that's a check. This is where I'd be lazy and just sort of do the trade. But if I let them do it, then the thing is that it takes away a lot of concern that you would otherwise have. And the reason why is because you can't go there at all, right? And so the pawn reinforcement isn't going to happen. I'm going to try to deny you that. I'd love it if you see that this seems to be the pattern, but it doesn't work because as far as I can tell, it doesn't work. I go here, you take. If you take, I take, then oh. You know? So it works because the act of you taking would allow me to take here, and then you can do it, so I'm no longer covering. So what if I do it like this? So now you check and I take. And this also stops the, even though this spot seems weird for the rook, this stops the check from happening too. And the reason why, oh, you know what you could maybe have done is if you sack this, oh no, but I can take with a knight. You could like sack it and then do it. What's the problem here? Okay, wait, no, it doesn't. I don't understand what just happened. So this, man, you go here, it would be check fork on there. If you do this, then you check fork. But wouldn't it be, it'd be like 2 knights for the rook, but it wouldn't be because you already gave up. You already gave up the knight. Like, come on, man. Yeah, I mean, it's just they would take, I would take, they would take, I would still take. I don't care. It's gonna be. They're still gonna do it too. Like they'll come here, then I'm just mated. Like how does this happen? How? Oh my god. They make like there'll be that one demoralizing move that they make. Like that's just unbelievable what just happened. How did that happen? Now you could do the sack, I bet, like take, then no, but I still have other ways to take it. Like now you stop trying sort of because it's so frustrating what they're doing. You do this and then I take. Can't I just abuse this a little bit because this goes here, so you're gonna sack it, I guess, because you take, then you check and take or something. Take. They would take. I would take. They would take. They would take. I would take. They would come in here. I don't know. This seems like, oh, it'd be good, but it's kind of sloppy too. I've been in a couple good positions in some of these games. This one especially seemed really good, and I just those nights, like maybe I should have just done that trade. Sometimes I'm hesitant, and then so now this is becoming a big point of sacking, and I don't know if even ringing that's gonna help because it'll be sack, take, and then take anyway. So you know it could be a weird switcheroo, even though it doesn't work. Is just almost like I could just let them take and then just not do anything. Like, yeah, I'm just lost my interest because I can't do it. Like, they're just too good. I can't beat them, I guess. It's just impossible. There's nothing you can do. They'll find some crazy shit all the time. Just wild shit. Wild shit. Like, I don't care. I'm just going to ignore what they're doing. I just can't deal with it. Like, I'm literally attacking their queen. They don't give a shit. Like, it's over. Yeah, I don't know. You shouldn't be so demoralized like that because I was in a good position. I could have maybe done something, but now there's nothing you can do, or it's like you sort of just give up. They make like some crazy move and then you just give up. Just go here even, or I don't know. I was in a great spot. Like this is where the psychology of it just comes in. Like you get kind of tilted by a certain move. It wasn't a bad game at all. I was probably better, or I mean, I was better for a while, and I just sort of tunnel vision. I stopped taking my time. I think that's the hard part to do. When you're winning, it's somehow hard to focus because it feels like, oh, you're already winning, so you shouldn't have to put that much effort. It should already be over, but you still have to really try to capitalize it, or if you're losing, you'll get tilted, so you'll get either overconfident you're winning, or you'll get tilted that you're losing, and so either way you're not going to put forth your maximum effort that way. So now you're mated here. If you do that, you're mated there. Like I just can't believe it. That's what I hate. Like, did I really lose that one, or do I not want to sit here all night? Like, it's a certain lack of respect for time that sometimes the game shows. Like, if this is why I almost want to do something over the board, although I don't know how I'd make content out of it. I need like a hidden camera, and then people think I'm cheating, or they'll somehow detect that with something. So the whole time, I don't know, man. It's just you got to be more patient, and I'm just not. Even though I always extol the virtue of classical and that you should take your time and talk shit about the formats. Like look at the wait. Why is that such a big difference when I was winning the whole way though? Or like even or decent the whole way. Like all this, I clearly don't even need to look at because evidently I'm doing it right. I'm doing it fine. At no point are they actually doing anything. You are supposed to take that, even though I question that. See, I thought about this, but this is one of those stupid ass kind of things. You could easily, I don't know. You really gonna make a cheeky move like that? Oh, look, I'm covering both with one thing, and like, okay, so something here. Okay, see, this is where like you overthink it. This is my natural. I hate that. I'm the most trade happy player who would love to do a trade like that, but I overthink it and say, oh, but that's a bad thing because the pawn will end up there, and then you could use that to try to, like, let me see how it plays out. Now, why can't you do this? Why not? You move this, you move this, you move this, you move this. Really, bro? Really? Okay. So the reason why you don't get mated, you see, is because of this move. Like, you're being serious. Like, you're honest. I love, let's have one of those obligatory 2,000 rated players come in chat and say, yes, of course. You rely on a pawn like this to save you from literally being mated right now. And I'm supposed to trust that? Like, yes, of course. And then you can obviously reinforce it here, but like you're hanging on a thread of a single diagonal that's like you're mated. You're literally mated. You can't do anything, right? But oh, I'm gonna trust that. That's what I should have done, of course. Like, you don't think that's a hard concept to understand or something you wouldn't normally do? Like, come on, man. That's exactly what I was afraid of. Like, oh, he's gonna come here and it's gonna be unstoppable, whether it be a fork or whether it be the mate. Like, I see exactly what's happening there. I just don't get it. Or wait, it's acting like I did this, but I didn't do any of it. So that move, the one time I don't trade because I'm trying to be disciplined, it's just... So if I'd done that, what happens? Like, now you actually are winning. Whereas here, you're still not in a bad spot, though. See, a lot of the stuff... Wait, even here. Wait, what? Oh. You know what, dude? I have this like psychological problem. I think that when I'm in a good position, I just completely stop thinking. Like, I just don't. Even that, I'm thinking somehow he's gonna fork it and get it, but he's not. Like, what? Even by doing that, I could have taken, and I'm somehow even saying, oh, I can't take because he'll fork, even though I'm covering it. I don't know how that happens. Like, it's just a pure like lack of focus and everything. So that's really my weakness, is sort of like the killer instinct or the consistency, right? It's not really ability because I'm clearly... And when you look at the accuracy with which that's played by them, like, clearly they're very good. They make the one blunder there. And I don't even get it. Like, even as I'm looking at, like, why is this... You can't explain this, right? You cannot explain this to somebody. This is like the certainty, hindsight, like ex post facto justification. Yes, of course, you won't get mated because of this exact move that you have to make with this exact pawn in this exact way, that if you do anything slightly different, you're gonna get mated. And it's like, you know, that's the stickler sort of whatever, just it's the right move, but you really think I'm going to trust that this is going to be good enough? I guess because there's no pawns in this vicinity that you kind of can trust that, right? That it's just totally open. Like you're definitely winning. I mean, when you look at these 3 pawns, it just doesn't. So what that shows you, if you were to assess like the type of player you are based on that, you're clearly doing fine in the opening. You're clearly doing fine in the middle game, somewhat. So it's almost towards the end game and almost towards. I should have just traded. I should have just done that, I guess, and it would have been fine. It's like let's pretend it was me actually playing, right? Like let's actually play it out then. If I did this, which I am annoyed because I'm going against my instinct, like what would I normally do? I almost want to just like play it from this position. If we could just go and I thought there was a way to do that, like play from this position. I don't want to see the arrows or anything. I want to see what it would do and just like. So what would I do here? It wants you to go here. So I guess, okay, and then there you go, like, let's see here. Ready to go there. So it just wants to move the rook away out of there. Then you go here, then I go here, then you go here, and oh, it's mate, but you got to deal with this. Now let's say you put pressure on there. You can reinforce. I'm just trying to think like how I would think about it. Let's see what Stockfish would have you do. Let's see it all the way. The end games are the least. Like, what do people say to study and to not study? I think there's a bit of a fallacy. Sometimes people say, oh, you don't need to study openings. Don't worry about openings. But the opening is something that's happening every single game, which is why it's so valued by better players or overall, right? You can guarantee that the opening is always going to happen because every 100% of games are going to have an opening, right? Even if you're getting Scholar's mate, it's still an opening. Like, so you're going to see that 100% of the time. So you probably should know those and study those, and that has the most impact because you can guarantee that's going to happen. The middle game obviously is going to mostly happen, but it's so variable that you can't control it. And the end game is only going to be relevant sometimes because the game might already be over by then, especially at the low intermediate level. It's already such a big advantage that it might just not matter at that point. So that's when it's more evenly matched, tense, higher level play, even level play. So the thing that happens at the low level is very clear, that it's almost like openings are the best thing to learn and do matter, or they're an equalizing factor. Like, if you don't know them, you could lose because of it. If you do know them, then at least it'll even itself out. So in that sense, openings are very important. And again, you can kind of guarantee it every time, and it's more limited, at least more limited than the whatever. Like, watch what we could do here. Like pretend I just don't do anything, right? Look at how stupid this is. They could sack, or like pretend I just stay, whatever, right? They could sack. No, pretend I don't do that. They could sack. I could take. They could take. I could take. Or, well, I wouldn't do that, but like even if somehow that happened, right? They would mate. Or no, I guess it's not mate. Oh, does that mean it wasn't mate then even earlier? Because, oh no, it would have been because of the knight. Right, because the knight covers the 2 and then you check from there. So you're literally sitting on mate on a pawn. So that was a very good performance. Like, I can't even question that, even though the accuracy doesn't look that good. I was even and up even, and then like, why is that one a blunder? I don't even get it. Why is it a blunder? Why? I take, they take. I see. It's hard to even assess some of these. I don't immediately see why it's even that bad. Like you do it, you have this. Right, like it's not a blunder like, oh, I win a piece. I didn't win anything. I didn't get a pawn. I didn't get, it's like some more advanced, nuanced positional thing. So a lot of this is just overthinking that I think he has something better, he doesn't, or it's something else entirely. And so now you have a situation where even this I was sort of thinking about, like if you have this, you pin it, and then now you can, you know, you pin it and then you try to target it with something, even though, oh, this would be kind of a killer move. Like let's say you don't do that. Apparently it wants to do that, but what if you go here? You go there, but then, wait. You're just straight up losing, but what is the knight move then? Why was it saying that? What? Oh, because it's pinned too. Okay. That was a good performance, but again, you get sort of restless and lazy towards the end in a way that's very disappointing. So yeah, but I'll maybe try to incorporate those delisted games since I can't even decide what to do, or because I, you know, have so little time that it's hard to get kind of into anything. That's what a game like chess is so beautiful for. It's like you can play one game of it, even though I still didn't do what I should have done here, where I should have taken my time more. But at least that makes it very clear, right? My issue is sort of later in the game or towards the end of the game where like I'm in a great position. It should be a draw. It should be even a win. And I just sort of stop trying. I get sort of fed up a little, sick of it. It's kind of hard to calculate everything. And in that case, I went against my instinct. Like normally I would trade, but then it would bite me in the butt. But this one time I was actually right to do it. It was a blunder by them. Although I don't see the immediate gain of it, right? Okay, see you tomorrow. Okay, so today I'm going to try to take on the level 6 Lichess bot again. And I think it's called Stockfish level 6, which if you go by like the original, you know, like we're up to Stockfish 17 or whatever it is now, that would mean that that's not even very good. Maybe that's how I misinterpret it, because I always question, you know, there's only 8 levels total. Right on Lichess as far as the bot. So if that's true, how should I, who's only like a 1500 FIDE, you know, relative player, like 17 on here with the inflation, how should I be able to beat level 5 when there's only 3 left, right? So that would mean, oh, I'm almost halfway there, and level 8 should be like super grandmaster level or Magnus level or beyond even. So assuming, maybe I don't understand exactly what that means, because let's see here, or let me use my little custom cursor. So one thing that's unusual is I haven't streamed lately. Like the last week, last 2 weeks even, I've only done like one, maybe a week. What I keep resisting doing, because I don't have as much time now, is those muted streams where I just use like TTS, or I'm just, you know, I can do those. But what I've actually been doing instead, you know, with what little time I have when I can't stream, is I've been doing a lot of stuff on YouTube where I'm trying to catch up on I'm trying to catch up on uploading a lot of my old stuff. So when you look at some of my older series, maybe I should show it here even, hang on. But no, I wanted to show like, maybe that's all it is. So they're just giving you like the Stockfish levels 1 through 8, and they assume that you're not good enough to beat anything beyond that. So like, no, I guess I'm wrong. It's Stockfish 14 level 6. See, I was going by like the historical thing. Like, is it just giving us, you know, Stockfish 6 when it was only that, when that was the best one available, probably many years back, right? So when it was only at Stockfish 8 or Stockfish 7, but that is interesting, because again, you might say, oh, 8 must be grandmaster level, this must be like 20, you know, FIDE master, 2300 FIDE level. Oh, so I'm already at like 2000 level according to this, that I can, you know, it's not like I'm even taking that long. But yeah, speaking of that whole YouTube thing, let me actually show this. Yeah, that would be my other option, but you know, I can do a short little session like this, which I should do that every day anyway, because it's really, you know, again, I'm not a big channel, so it doesn't matter. Nobody really seems to care or notice. But just in principle, I always have that philosophy, like you should do it on a routine, and it should be just a regular thing. So it kind of bothers me that I haven't been doing that. But yeah, either I should do a short session like this, or I should do those muted ones when I, you know, ordinarily wouldn't be able to do a stream. I can just do it like that. So either of those I should do. Let me just show off my YouTube a little. I don't often show it, but it's pretty good because I've finally caught up, and the hilarity of it is like, if you think about the timeline, right, it'll show you something very stupid, and the reason why is because, hang on, it'll show you the fact that or I was trying to do that, like where I would react to my own stuff a little bit. And the reason why is because like I would use that as a background for like was that, maybe that was on chess.com or something? Or no, it might have been on here. Like I would keep using my thumbnails for all my videos as a background, and I would use it until I lose a game and then I have to change to the next one. So in doing that, I would kind of watch the corresponding clip or video briefly. Obviously, if it's like a 3-hour session, I wouldn't, but that would allow me to, you know, kind of react and show some of my own stuff. I mean, that's one thing you can always do, right? Regardless of the, like, oh, copyright. I wouldn't want to show somebody else's content, but I can always show my own clips as much as I want. Like, you could even do that as a rerun. I could just rerun some of my videos on YouTube, right? Like, whatever I'm playing, Until Dawn or something, episode 1, or I actually made a separate thing for that, like a replay channel, so I could just let myself run. And you might think, oh, but that's like recycling content. But if you haven't seen it, like, what's the difference, right? Pretend you haven't seen like I have like a full playthrough of Luigi's Mansion Super Hard Mode, right? If you haven't seen that playthrough on YouTube, which it doesn't have a ton of views, so obviously a lot of people haven't, you'd be watching it as if for the first time. So it doesn't really matter, right? Whether you're live or not, or whether, you know, you're interacting with chat, but there is no chat because you're such a dead, you know, stream anyway. So at that level, it's kind of the same thing. Like, they're seeing it for the first time, so does it really matter when you did it or whether it's live or not? So this is like my third channel that I just used to dump extra stuff that I don't know where else to go, where else to put it. So a lot of these were the TTS ones that I was doing, right? Just like mindless Hearthstone, and even playing against some of these same bots. Then the Red Dead. Some of these are just clips, right, from stuff that I was editing. Some of the Phoenix Wright tier lists, of which I have several. This was actually Game 7, obviously OKC in Denver. I rarely do those kind of things. Like, I did the one for the Super Bowl, I guess, here. And it was kind of fun, but not really the sort of thing I normally do. I just run live commentating, reacting through, right, the whole game. So this is this is like one of those clickbait thumbnails for a lot of horror games. Like, where normally I try to do like one where I put like proper text or something on there, but this is just actually like it is like one of those you get from the auto generated ones, but then I always go back and try to find that same moment, and then I'll screenshot it and then I'll upload it myself, even if, you know, YouTube like suggests one of them, a moment like this, because it's the resolution of the auto gen ones aren't as good. So even if I choose the same image, yeah, some of these are like my really old stuff, like the, you know, Cry of Fear was in like 2021 when I had first come back, and, you know, early on this channel. This one also, you know, some of the Phoenix Wright tier lists. Red Dead, these are all like 2021, end of 2021, when I played Dark Souls again for the first time in a long time. You know, Horror Pac-Man, as I called it, where I just did like one level of it. somebody was commenting on this. So yeah, okay, that's the second channel where I post like typically like full episode videos, like you're doing a session of something, and then so I have a lot more that I had just left uploading. The whole point that I found funny was with this video, we now have 3 playthroughs fully uploaded in like 4 years. Like this is from 2021, right? And then I came back in October, and then I streamed pretty much every day, you know, at least once a day every day since then, except for recently where I've sort of slacked off and missed days, but generally. So that's like 4 years worth of content that I have all saved on different hard drives, and I have like 10 of them and whatever, right? Like 10 8 terabyte external hard drives, and how much money that costs and all this like that you're committing to. But the point is, this is the final episode of Earthbound. Of course, it's a reference to Signs, like, oh, if I had a dime for every time a baseball bat was used to take out an alien, like in Signs, and obviously in these games Ness is always using a bat. Interesting tie and swing away Meryl, you know, Meryl swing away. I almost wanted to make it look like that image of his dad on the phone at the end is him saying that. Like him calling Ness, helping him, you know, whatever, beat the Gaigu or whatever, and telling him, you know, swing away. Or more like sing away. That could have even been an extension of the joke. You know. Like sing away, Ness, sing away, because you have to keep playing that song over and over again. But no, it's a situation where with that one, that's only the third full playthrough that I would have uploaded. The other 2 being Luigi's Mansion. Again, that would have been October 2021. Then the Paper Mario hard mode, that would have been also like right after that, like for November 2021. And then this one also was like the end of November 2021. So it's been 4 years, and we only now have caught up with those 3. Just the 3 series there. And to be fair, most of the other ones series that I've done weren't really full series, because those were more so just hard mode, so I could try as much as I want over and over. But with this, with a lot of the other ones, they're like permadeath first playthroughs and stuff, so if I die, the playthrough would end, so it wouldn't necessarily be a full playthrough, but still. It's amazing that, again, in 4 years, I don't know how long these are kept for, like, or they're private, but like they just stay there forever, I guess. But I uploaded them manually anyway. Which is maybe good, because you get to take advantage of your subscribers on YouTube will see it. But I have pretty much the same amount on here as I do on Twitch, like 330 something. But yeah, to show like how stupid that is. Right, Earthbound Beginnings is oh, and some of the episodes actually are on the second channel too. So like I tend to like to put like the first and last episode on this main channel, and then the rest in between can go on the second one, so I don't have to keep spamming to try to keep up with it. But like, and of course Danganronpa is always popular, except when I go to upload the full episode, and that barely gets anything. But the clips did very well, and even the playlist here. But yeah, so that would be Earthbound Beginnings, and we have, you know, Luigi's Mansion and the Paper Mario hard mode. They probably would be pretty far back. So those 2 I had done closer to the time that I had done them. And the Paper Mario one was pretty cool, because like I did it in just like 1 week. Like it was just every day. It was like very quick and to the point. Whenever you add something, I guess it pushes it further. So I might have done like the blackout challenge or something and added that to it here. So why would it be this far though? I don't understand. What? Wait. It's the Luigi's Mansion Super Hard mode, which is going to have a very high number of videos in it because kind of a long playthrough with some of those moments that I do like to include and upload, like where you're kind of stuck in the same room for a long period of time and stuff like that. So you have the Phoenix, right? I'm not seeing it. I don't. Oh, here. 694. That's actually pretty good. That's more than any actual video in there, but this was a world first clear run and everything like that when people were saying it's impossible to do and stuff. So or this is the blackout challenge thing, and then there's one yeah, this hard mode was so legendary. It was the one that really made me come back, and then I liked it so much I just kind of kept with it. I was just kind of doing it on a whim, like, oh, I feel like doing this one that people say is impossible or whatever, and then I may as well just stream it then. But I wasn't sure, you know, that that was going to be a recurring thing, but then it was so good. So again, think about how long that took me to finally do. This I did in 2021, October, right when I had come back. And it took me till like 2023. Or no, I guess not. It took me till like 2022 to actually upload it. Right, then this one was the Paper Mario one. So this I did also in like November 2021. And then this took me until June 22 to upload it. So those weren't so bad, like 6 months, but you would think I'd have more urgency with what was honestly a world first clear, you know, with the first one. And then this one also in November 2022 that I had done it, or I mean 2021. That took me a year to even do the first episode of it. And then, you know, I was just being lazy with the whole YouTube thing. But no, this took me 4 years to finally do, which is uncanny. Like, because I haven't really been trying to upload stuff in order. Whatever I have uploaded is just random stuff or more recent stuff. But as far as trying to like, actually catch up and do everything, that is kind of insane because, you know, that just shows you how annoying that can be. So now the next series would be the Phoenix, right? Justice, or Spirit of Justice, which I've uploaded most of that. We're like at case 5, so that's almost done. And then there's some like extra Red Dead, you know, little. That's just like a repeatable series, not really like beating the game, just more so the bounty hunter thing. There's some random old chess stuff. There's some, but no, the next 2 playthroughs would be still part of 2021 Spirit of Justice, and then I guess Detroit and Pokemon Y kind of went into 2022 a little bit. And I find that hilarious. So this took me till September 2022 to do the first episode, like almost a year after I had actually played it. Then, you know, I did quite a few of them close to each other. I was trying to do like almost every week. And then I probably gave up and got distracted by something else. In fact, I got pretty close to the end. So just that last step. No, but I did a couple on my second channel too. So if you're watching in this order, it almost wouldn't make sense because it's episode 9 and then this is like episode 12, I think, because I did a couple on my second channel. And of course, this art is actually quite good. Or wait, that's not even. Oh, I like added those into it, but it's meant to just be like this. Like where you have the one-shot mechanics of like whatever that PK Thunder or something they do to you is. That's the one weird thing about this is you're used to seeing Ness use some of those Psy abilities, but he actually can't use them in this game at all. Like from Smash Brothers, you would learn about this and oh, he's using PK Thunder and PK Fire, but he can't actually use it in here. And that other girl, the little girl with you, can actually use them, but not you. He's like, oh, I waited all this time to finally go back and see him use PK Thunder and stuff. Because, like, Smash Brothers lied to me that he can actually even do that. Yeah, that took 4 years to actually do, you know, a proper upload of that series, which is insane. Or, again, only to get through 3 series, like, to compare the amount of time of streaming versus uploading, it took a month basically to do those 3 series of streaming, but it took 4 years of uploading or editing. Maybe I'm too particular about it, or I just wasn't emphasizing it, but I find that very interesting. Right, just that. So now we could catch up, try to do Spirit of Justice, and even keep up with the current stuff that I'm doing, but I guess I'm not doing a whole lot because I haven't been very active. So we'll try this level 6 bot again, which I did pretty well in a couple last games, but I don't have the patience. Like, I'll be doing well for a while, and so my style of play that I've kind of created, the whole pink flamingo thing that I call it, is very telling, because what it shows you is that, you know, it's a great way to avoid calculation. Like, you could just you know, you can just play it out, and then it creates very simple positions, it creates a lot of trades. So it's not so much that you have to be that good, it's that you can be kind of lazy and to the point, but it doesn't entirely work here. You know, so like, it's not so much that I'd even think I'm that good, it's more that I would say I am, you know, my style of play makes it so that I can avoid being too See, I just did that way too fast, which you don't need to do. I play these like they're bullet, and there's no need, but that'll bust my whole structure and ruin that. So we've already kind of lost there alone again in the opening. That's one of those deceptive kind of games that's like they didn't do anything, you know, nothing. It's just meaningless. You're doing it in a rush. So like this doesn't matter, because what you're doing is you're trying to, there is like some psychological effect with that, where like I almost feel bad because, oh, it feels like the computer is moving so fast, so I have to do the same, even though I mean, obviously that would have been what I'm trying to do, just to castle queenside, but you can like unleash that somewhere. Just a really awkward spot to be in. You have the doubled pawns there, and I don't know. I don't know. You can do an unleash, like take this. So this is just kind of a disaster where the king is going to be in a really bad spot, but sometimes this can make it hard for them to figure out, you know, sometimes you have to go for an unconventional position on purpose just because of that. Because it'll be harder to do anything with it. Because I don't immediately see what that does. This is obviously under attack. just a very busted kind of ugly position. So you go here, then you're hitting this. As usual, the knight would just be getting in the way. But no, I start off going too fast, and then or I'll take my time and do well and get a good position, which I did in one of the previous ones, and then I won't. And then I'll get bored or burnt out in the middle of the game, and then I won't actually do anything with it. Like, I won't continue to take advantage. It's gonna get trapped. Like, anytime you try to do something with the knight, like, I'd rather just and put it out of the way. These are the kind of weird moves. Like, I'm just trying not to block anything or get it trapped. Okay, I'm just not even. Okay. I mean, you could just tell from the beginning. Like, I'm not even trying, or I don't know what I'm doing. I'm playing way too fast. This is where you give sort of undue credit a little bit to the engine, because again, it might be better. It is good, right? It's clearly this level requires a bit more effort, but it's not that good that I'm making it seem. But I had a very good position actually in one of these where I was definitely winning and up material and all this, and then I end up doing making mistakes later or not maintaining the pressure, and so that's just you see. You could take, oh no, you can't. Sometimes they will give up free pawns, but it's only because they have such a good attack or something else, or yeah, like even this. But like, what is the implication of this? Why would he even do that? By getting it here, that could be good, or I don't care. Okay. I mean, it's just, it's a low effort thing. It sort of shows you that that's part of how I constructed my style of play too. Is like, I managed to get even so far as I could, like 17, 18, just by like not knowing anything, openings theory, anything like that, just because I can simplify things so much. It's not so much that you're being good, as that you're avoiding the need to be good as much as possible. And the next level would just be like, if you really, which is something I could do even within that style, is just try to take your time a bit more, try to calculate more, which I just don't do ever, right? I just don't have the effort level or patience to do that. Maybe if I went to some over the board classical type setting, then maybe I'd feel that way. But I think I started off hating the faster formats and always liking classical and slower ones, because it's more instructive. And if you don't know what you're doing, then why would you want to try to, like, speed run a first playthrough, is basically what I say. But if you do that, then the thing is that I might end up disliking that too, because then it feels like, oh, if everybody takes their time enough, then every game is a draw and it's very stale, and that's what ends up happening too. So I would almost go from liking classical to liking something a little more in the middle, maybe like 10-minute rapid, almost blitz, whatever, just because then it forces more of an outcome, even if it still gives you enough time to think to some extent. So I would hate the really, really fast ones. I would hate the really slow one, or I would always like the slow one, but it just then feels like, oh, well, everybody can just take forever and think, so that feels like the true game though. So you're not hiding behind, oh, I would have seen that, I could have seen that, anybody could have seen that if I just had more time to, you know, relative to the same level that you'd be at. You'll see a more interesting game on the side here, just as I'm, you know, talking in between, than you would in the actual game itself. But it was like the one before that was so good. It's like, I can't remember what I had my thing set, my bitrate set to, because it's like I wanted to go around 8,000 but not over 8,000. So I think that works about right. So yeah, this might have been the one that I had a great showing against. That, you know, even here I was doing well. It might not seem like that big of a deal, but yeah, and +2, like, this is about the best you can hope for against this type of opponent, and then I don't take advantage all the way, and then I start to move too fast. So there is like this duality of either you get tilted and you start making mistakes, or you play well and you get overconfident and you start, you know, that's the hardest thing for me to do, at least, and probably a lot of people, is like, even when you're winning and you've done well, you don't want to keep trying so hard. Like, oh, now I don't want to think too hard, or now I don't want to think too hard, or try, you know, max out and calculate once I'm already winning. I feel like it should be over, or once I've done well, but you have to maintain that throughout. This is like, the better you do, then the worse you play, because you start to, again, get overconfident and stuff like that. This has been sort of like a filler category in the sense that, you know, I'm not even allowed to do the kind of conventional games anymore. I basically just play viewers if somebody comes in and wants to play. But I failed my permanent challenge on here and on there, so on chess.com. So the only contingency on being here is just so I can do stuff like this, play viewers and unrated stuff for bots, or or some other just something else other than actually playing properly and trying ladder and stuff. So again, I would be around 17 to 18, which is in FIDE terms probably around 15, or even chess.com. And again, you can do that without really knowing theory or really knowing openings and stuff like that. And it works only because it's a very reactive style of play that you can just try to trade pieces, try to play defensively, wait for them to make a mistake, which that works to a degree, almost up to 2,000. And it's just like, you have to be a little more patient, use your time a little better, put a bit more effort into calculation, which those things anybody can do. So it kind of is a way to cheat the process a bit. Not saying I haven't learned a certain amount just from the time I put in, right, and just playing, but you'll never really learn or get better. Right, it goes against my absolutist philosophy of like, the best way to learn how to do something is to do it, right, actively. But that's not true with a game like chess. It's like, no, the best way to learn, you could play for, you know, years and years, and you might think, oh, that's going to make you better. But if that was true, then why would, you know, why would players of the past not have been as good as modern players then? Because they played all they wanted. Or, you know, why wouldn't they know some of the openings and moves that we take for granted now that weren't common back then? So clearly it wasn't just, oh, them by simply playing they got better and better. No, it's that you have theory, you have studying, you have all these other resources. That's what really makes you better, and you have to adapt to that of the time that you're in, that everybody else is doing the same thing, so it makes it fair. It's not like, you know, it just makes it necessary to do that. You can't say, oh, I want to be like a purist and not study when everyone else is, right? If nobody was doing it, then you could figure out something, but try to make it like a level playing field. That's one of the upsides of duck chess. The computer isn't so overpowered. Can you even do that on here, actually? Yeah, this level 6 one is a perfect representation of like, you can't just wing it, right? You actually have to think, you actually have to calculate a little bit. It doesn't feel like that hard, but I'm just not trying really. Let's see if this even has I guess I could do variants and stuff, but I basically have made it so that I can't do much of anything just as punishment for failing my permanent challenges. Puts the weird variants on pie chess instead. Oh yeah, I forgot how that even worked. I guess this doesn't count as one of the main sites, so maybe I should be able to do it. But then I feel like I tried using it before and then nobody was ever on here. I could bring back my permanent variant gauntlet again, where I went on chess.com and I played like every variant until I lost a game. And I didn't even get through all of them because there's so fucking many on there. But, you know, like you try to go on a win streak with each one, and as soon as you lose a game, you... Maybe I should do that. I mean, I never said I couldn't do that. Sort of other sites. Yeah, it looks like there's nobody in the lobby. There's 44 players, so it would be kind of like... You might be hard-pressed to find people to actually play with. Oh, yeah, to play against AI? Or can I, like, use my actual account here? You know what, let's indulge it. So let me try. If I just do, is this 960 or is this just regular chess? Chess unmodified. Well, why does it have the dice then? So we'll treat this like, okay, we'll do it until I lose a game, which this could go on for a while. And nobody's actually gonna play this. This is a way to kind of cheat my whole thing that I can't do this normally. But I guess since it's on a different, sort of a different site. But then again, nobody's actually gonna play. Right, there's nobody here. Or there's so many of these offshoot sites like Lishogi or whatever. Which I don't know if they're affiliated with the chess or not. If it's against humans, use chess. Yeah, I'm banished from chess.com by my own doing because I did a challenge where I had to get to a certain rating, like it was 1500 by the end of like 2023, or I forget if I did one after that. So then because I failed, I had to delete my account and now I can't use it again. Or no, I think I was able to reopen it, but then I failed again. I had some other condition. And then I failed on Lichess too, because that was like I couldn't fall below 100 mark after I get to a 50 mark. Oh, somebody is actually playing me, or is that him? Yeah, that shows you how dead of a site it is, though. The only player you'll get to play against is a viewer. You know, because the site itself is dead, apparently. Not to say the chess.com ones were super active either, but just chess.com in general is so active that you get a certain offshoot from that. So this would be a good excuse to play regular chess, but again, only until I lose a game, and even this one could count, I guess. It is rated, you know, anyway. Just for playing weird variants. Yeah, and I love variants too. In fact, I almost only wanted to play variants and not even to play regular chess when I first came back to streaming, but then I decided I'm so bad, apparently, or everybody else is so much better than I expected, that I wanted to get to like a certain checkpoint first, like 2000 plus, which is not as easy as I thought. Or again, just requires a certain amount of studying and so forth. Like, I could say that as an authoritative claim. Like, it's literally impossible to... It's literally impossible to get to 2000, even inflated site, whatever consideration, without studying a certain amount and things like that. And the reason why is because everyone else is doing it, and there's like a certain expectation. So I don't care, even if you're Magnus, even if you're the best player ever, right? They did study, you know, as he was growing up as a kid. You always have to do that because it's just not, nobody is just like innately, oh, you're Magnus, so you're just 2000, just like that. No, it would still take a lot of time, a lot of effort. Those kind of players are more so defined by what they do after that, not so much, oh, it's impressive that he was 7 years old and he got to 2000 after studying for 2 years, which, you know, it doesn't seem like a big deal because he starts so young, but the same, you know, time is still relevant. So it's like, that was just a bad move, but that's one of those forcing moves that you don't need to make because he could have taken, and then if I take, then you take for free or something stupid happens. Yeah, like you do have to study. There's a lot of things like that to account for. And there's no shame in it, but I always consider that like, oh, I must be bad that I would have to study, but it's not really true because of the simple fact that, you know, everyone does it, so you're just doing it to level the playing field, so you're not really proving anything. Or like the fact that you have to calculate, like those are two things that you could almost consider shameful. Like, you must be bad, so that's why you have to study, but even the best players study all the time, and that's part of the reason why they're so good. Or, you know, like calculate and take time, but oh, if you're so good, you shouldn't need to do that. But again, everybody does that. That's part of being good, is how much you do both of those. I got to 24, 27 in duck when that's studying. Yeah, I'm not sure how the ratings work, and that's still impressive though. I'm not sure how they work per se in the variants, but that is still very good. But yeah, since there's not as much established theory in those, so it's not like you're, you know, I don't know how competitive they are, but presumably a lot less than actual regular chess. So that's what makes them so fun, is either you can't really study them like 960, where there's just way too much to study that you wouldn't be able to, or people just don't bother studying it and they just play it for fun. So you could do that with chess, but most people don't, where they take it super seriously and super competitive and whatever. So you know, these are the positions that I often create. Like, he seems like a pretty good player. I don't know exactly what his rating would be in regular chess, but now I'll start to mess up or get bored or something because it doesn't go anywhere, right? These are the moments. This kind of move right here is very telling because you have, like, it's very open-ended. You can basically do anything you want, and now you have to like have some master plan for attack, and I just can't figure out what that would be. Like, the knights can start to become active, or, you know, this, you could double attack. It's just hard. Like, this is a very difficult point in the game, and it can get very repetitive. Now he could bring his rook back and just, he's pinning that. I almost don't even care, but it's just like, okay, I can just move it. Oh, but I almost can't move it. No, I don't like having to do that, but the engine is weaker for math reasons, like invariance. Or yeah, like in 960, I'm sure it would really struggle. Although I do remember using it in that for analysis, and it worked somewhat. I was surprised that it even worked at all. So you're hitting this, and you're hitting this, which that wouldn't even be covered. So I don't understand. It's just like these useless knights. It's partly my fault because I even, I'm not using them right, but. My instinct would be to take this, but then if I do that, they would take, and then I can't move that without taking here. Yeah, I'll definitely lose a pawn here. And see, this is what it comes down to is, depends on the variant. This is covered, so I can move the rook. I just have nothing to do with it. That seemed like a bad move even, but I'll just do it. Double stacks his pawns, which clearly that's going to be the difference in the game, but it just isn't a good move. But this pawn is still going to be gone because you're not going to... It's hoping to win a pawn sometimes or other. I don't memorize too much. So he's like me then. That's exactly my style of play. So now this is completely terrible. And see, like, these are moments where you know it's going to happen, but it still happens in terms of, like, now I have to do this. I can't move this. So he just gets the pawn, and then it turns into a potential double attack as well on there. And again, this is where the knights really just, I don't know, man. And I knew that was going to happen too, actually, but yeah, this is where the knights just I don't respect them, because not only are they not useful, but they also get in the way. Now they're going to be a liability twice over that I have to... Oh my god. The best thing, you just find like a spot for them and then just don't move them ever, right? Like what he's done, just keep it out of the way. Because that's what they do. They're not a productive piece. They're just a liability, right? They're just getting in the way. If they just weren't there, it'd be better. You'd be better off without them. I mean, it's just nothing you can do. It's so stupid. So it was pretty even, and then just we get in these situations where I can't do anything. So wait, why doesn't it show that he's on material though? He's got 1, 2. Yeah, he's up by like at least +3. It shows it on your screen? Oh. Alright, so here we could just... And we're obviously going to lose now, but just try to stop him from going to the back rank or something. And these pawns will be easy enough for him to pick up too. Oh, I'm just fucked. Or no, I guess not. So we're left from the one pawn, so he would be up, 2 pawns and a bishop. So this would end my regular chess, which isn't even a variant, but it's cool that it lets you play it on here anyway. So trying to force this trade, which I really don't want to do. See, this is the part of the game though where if I was in his shoes, then I would have some, you know, I start to get lazy and overconfident, so that can sometimes happen to them too. The problem is the knight is just too bad. Really, even his knight is the same principle. It's just not doing anything. So even though he's up a piece, it's almost like it's just not being used. But then again, mine isn't either. There's just too many moments where the knight is not an active, useful piece. Even if you are a good player, right? The bishop is always active. It's always doing something. It has so much room to, unless you're in like a super closed position, but still like. Yeah, stop thinking since you're so far ahead, which that's my big weakness too. But I mean, he's still in a great position, so it's just a waste of time. But no, I mean, just the knight's general presence in the game is just garbage. Even you could be a good player, bad player, expert, grandmaster, it just doesn't matter. It's just not a good piece. I don't know why people try to defend it. Funny thing in duck chess, knights are worth 5 and bishops only 2. I'm surprised it makes that big of a difference, actually. Regular chess, I always go for bishop pair. Then I can jump over the duck and the bishop gets blocked. Yeah, that makes sense. Now you pretty much have to do it, but even... I don't care. Now you can get some kind of cheeky stalemate or something. Or you could just be trolling, doing that on purpose, or it could have been a genuine mistake. I'm sort of forking with the thing and the... So I would have still potentially gotten the rook. Or not really. Okay, I'm about to flag anyway. Good game. So let's see. Chess variants, fairy piece variants, crazy house, atomic. Why does 960 not even get a proper thing? Let's see if anybody actually plays it. Maybe it's my time thing that fucks it up because nobody wants to do that. Like a 10-minute game. So 2021, 8 or 9 years old. Yeah, this site would be cool if it was actually active, but I think that's my memory of it too, is it's just not. What are those pieces even at the bottom? They look pretty cool, but what am I even looking at? Is this some like level of blindfold that I probably have on purpose? But it didn't happen in my game. Oh, does that cancel it if you go away? I don't even know. But no, I don't find it as fun to play the AI. I was just doing that on there because it's just some sort of mini challenge. Some of the variants have weird pieces. Yeah, I love Chaturanga. I always used to play that. They should just integrate this on Lichess so then it might be more active, because that's always... I don't know why they split it up like this, or again, this might not even be affiliated with them. They just kind of name it that. Like Lichogi, I kind of doubt that's affiliated with Lichess officially. And my name is sort of deceptive. This was meant to be like, oh, I'm only allowed to play blindfold games or something, but that's just for regular chess on Lichess itself. It's inactive since they forked it on the second server. You log in with the same account. Yeah, it's just much better on chess.com, which I am using that as a form of punishment. I almost should be allowed to do stuff like that, I guess, but... Oh no, we got like checkers or some shit. I mean, there's so many good... That's even showing them. That's how you know the site is dead. Even the game that's being shown as exhibition, that's normally like, you know, 2 grandmasters playing a bully game or something on Lichess, like the highest rating game in a format they'll show. They're actually showing a bot here because that's how few people are on here. Chess.com variants you can't play against AI, which I'm surprised by that actually. I didn't think of it. I guess I never really tried to. Come on, isn't 960 popular enough that you... Best chess variant site. Chess craft, where you can kind of make your own. Yeah, there just aren't enough active sites, period. And damn it. You want to play Chaturanga? They call it Shatranj here. And I kind of wanted to go in order. Here, play me in 960 if you want. You'll just farm me and end my whole run with every variant. Here we go. Yeah, this is literally what it's gonna be. Nobody else is playing. That's so dumb. Like, there are people on here. I guess they just don't want to play a new account or something. Oh, I'm playing like it's a normal game too. You should always look at what you're dealing with. So as usual, the knights are, as much as I criticize them, they're the easiest to develop because you don't have to worry about anything else with the pawns. 960 is awkward because in real life they think for 5 minutes before move 1. I guess that kind of makes sense because you have to kind of... Online, if you do, yeah, it'll abort. But I mean, you can make the first move and then think for 5 minutes or whatever. Because yeah, they don't have opening theory to lean on, so you have to, you know, you have to figure out the position itself, like all its weaknesses and stuff. What? Oh my god. The fuck? And of course my material thing is bog drive to put on a setting so it doesn't actually show me. So it seems like I'm always Even. I'm gonna end up blocking my own bishop here with the thing, with the pawns. Yeah, that is cool that you can play against bots. Yeah, I have all these add-ons installed for Lichess. I thought maybe that. Oh, here we go. That might have glitched it out a little bit, but go here. Oh, thanks for the follow. It should be like I have to beat him in order to deserve the follow, which I obviously failed to do in the other game. This was a clever thing. Obviously, you opened the bishop to there, so I could never move my pawn. A good way to trade, though, without messing up my pawns, because we have the cover of the knight. And he really doesn't have a choice. He could just block it with a pawn, I guess. Okay. This light square bishop is not the best. And oh, the one thing I hate about 960 is the whole castling shenanigans. Because it's like you sort of can castle, even though, in my belief, you shouldn't be able to. Unless you happen to start with the king and the rook in the right spot. Right, then you should only be able to do it. Castling is allowed and very weird. I never know how. At least you can duck under there if I have to. He's bringing his light square bishop out, and like here, I almost shouldn't be able to castle because the king is on the wrong. The king should have to be here. The rooks are technically in the right spot. So in protest, I won't even do that. Even if it would allow me to do that, I won't. Yeah, it seems like it is letting me. Oh, come on. Okay, I'm just making a lot of amateur type moves. So could have run to bishop d2, and yeah, I could have also just I could have also just not put the queen there. Like I didn't have to do any of that. Still a decent restitution, actually. I'm surprised you let me do that. You probably could have gotten it for free and still not even had to give that up. Now this looks like an advanced attack. Even though he has plenty of cover on there, you're somehow building. This is how a grandmaster would do it. You're building towards something that'll eventually be good, but it's okay. Okay, dude. Two pieces for one rook. Yeah, but that's at least good from my view because I was in such a bad spot and I thought it was just trapped. So at least I get something back for it. Oh, wait. Discovery was much better than losing the bishop for nothing. Let's see. Okay, it's still not a terrible position, but I kind of... Or if I draw, technically that doesn't count as a loss either, so I can keep going. He's been sitting on that bishop threat, you know, to the rook the whole game. Like, from the very beginning, he was on top of that. So I've never been able to freely move that. Like, anything in front of it. Sometimes I'm just a sucker for trades that way too, but it's really not a bad position. But see, when you play somebody who's good and solid like this, kind of like me, where I'm not great but I'm just kind of okay, it makes it very difficult to do anything because it's just kind of stale. Like, if we don't make an obvious mistake, nothing's ever gonna happen. So right, we'll both play at a very even level and nothing will actually happen. I'm always a sucker for trades, but sometimes my worst move is offering up a trade like that where it's just very random, right? Like, it's giving him a free move of initiative. I try to get a little material advance and then play safe. Which is exactly my principle, where I just kind of wait for my opponent to make a mistake. Although that doesn't bother me. Okay. Now, the one thing I should arguably do is I shouldn't trade a rook, because then it'll be... Right, then 2 versus 1 is kind of daunting. Having 2 rooks here could be strong. Having... 1 rook versus a bishop and a knight might not be the best, so that should probably be a principle. You need the rook pair, yeah. Well, I guess it depends how well he uses his pieces, but, you know, he's playing pretty well, so... If it was me, I would fuck up with the knight, just because I hate it so much. Or that trade at the beginning of the game is usually not that common. Not that it applies to 960, but like where people do the like the bishop and the knight for the rook normally. This feels like stale enough to just like, okay, it'll be a draw, nobody's gonna win, it's fine. Even in 960, the drawish nature of the game never changes. So that's kind of a little boring. That he can go there and check, or he can go here and get a fork. That would still be the same thing. He goes here, or he goes there, or I love duck chess because it game isn't a draw. I have 1100 win. Wow, he plays it that much. This is the best duck chess player in the world. 19 losses, 0 draws. I mean, even it wouldn't have to be that extreme. Like, it doesn't have to be 0, but you know, clearly it's less common. Third best in the world peak. Yeah, I was the best chaturanga player at one point. It's only because nobody actually plays it. Like, it's easy to be the best in chaturanga. Number 7 right now. Only got to 12th in chaturanga. Must be more active then. Like, literally, I was the only person even playing it ever, so. And that was a long time ago. So, you could do this trade, but again, like I was even saying, it's not a good idea. See how difficult this position is. Like, these are the kind of things I hate. So I'm that pawn could actually be pretty strong and try to promote, but because he has the extra piece, it could be difficult. In fact, it might be worth it. I'll go against my own advice. It might be worth it now because this pawn could give him fits. Right? How's he going to easily deal with that with all these shitty pieces that aren't, you know, his bishop is out of position, his knight is going to be garbage. Like, it's not going to be that easy to do this right now. So we can dive for the thing, and it probably won't work super well, but look at that risky kind of thing that I do just to try to make something happen. And it might not even work, but you know what? I'll do something wild too. How about that? Which is kind of a bad move because probably the king can get in closer and stuff. So he has to address this threat, which gives me a free move, but then it won't be covered on the background. Or maybe it will be. Is now we might get a free check on there and then. Or he just sacks it. Okay, fine. So that worked out very well. Okay, now we should win. That's fine. But you really got to involve the king, I guess, if we're gonna do this. Oh. Good game. So we lose in the regular chess, we win in the variant. So we keep that one alive so we could play against other people too, but There are no other people. Like, literally, even if I was to join other people's games, or they all want to play correspondence, I guess, because they're kind of... Okay, so today I'm going to try to take on the level 6 Lichess bot yet again, and again, it's the perfect example, as I've been saying, like, of something where you finally have to start thinking beyond just the surface level, right? You have to have some external knowledge, borrowed knowledge, right, that you've studied over time, or you have to have you have to really think a lot longer, which again, I have all the time in the world because there is no time limit. It's just I don't typically play with the patience or whatever, but this is kind of, I'm getting a little bit sick of doing this, at least over and over, and I guess I was sort of trying to do variants last time, which I would love to do, like the pie chess, right? But that's like Lichess with all the variants, except it's not very active, so unfortunately I can't do that. But no, my point is that it almost simulates something that people do in real life, right? Like where you try to do something without having to like really try or put effort, right? So you're trying to minimize that instead of trying to put the effort and be good at it because of that, whether in a micro or macro sense, like whether doing it for a long period of time and trying to improve like that. But even in the act of doing it, putting forth maximum effort instead of trying to just kind of breeze through it, right? The thing is, that's what this shows, is it's kind of like, I don't know, you're trying to do it without having to think, but the only way to do that would be if you're much better and you've studied for years. So it has to be one or the other, but you should kind of not rely on either. Like, okay, if I did study for a long time, then maybe I wouldn't have to think as hard, and that's fine, but it's kind of the wrong expectation, especially when I don't want to do that either. But no, it's also like, it's sort of a fallacy of social interaction too, like where people have this expectation of like, oh, something's genuine if, you know, like you don't have to think about it or anything like that, as if that's a good thing, instead of something that would be like higher quality by the same measure, or, you know, with more depth to it, instead of just something sort of mindless and surface level. So it's like this glorification of not thinking that you see happen, like you don't want to think, so that makes something valuable, or that means that you're good at it, not that as a result of thinking or concentrating, you know, that would be a good thing. Or you know, similarly, it would be like, it'd be like a situation where, again, you no, you can't do that. Like, oh, something is genuine if it doesn't require thought to it, basically. Now, you could take this. Now, is that a rare mistake, or is that all part of their plan? Because then they could, like, put the rook and then unleash this, but that seems like a one pawn. Like, let me try to calculate some of the variations here, which, again, that's what I love about, too. Like, probably what a lot of people do, especially low-rated players, but even myself, it's not that I can't calculate to some extent. I'm not saying I'd be that great at it, although I'm probably better than average people at this level. I've always been, you know, more instinctive with it, but it's just like, it's not so much whether you're doing it well or not. You're not even trying to do it. Like, I don't want to do it. Like, let me sit here and think. But then I don't want to use the visual aid either. So I'm thinking, if the knight goes, we take, they take back, I take, and they could put the rook behind and try to do something. There's nothing else that needs a cover. Like on a basic surface level, there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with me doing that, but I don't know. Even that, okay, that makes sense though, because I was at least worried about that before. I was worried about that before, and I thought, oh, if the knight comes and tries to fork the queen and the bishop, again, not that you're really forking it and winning something, but you're forking it for a trade. The reason why that's relevant is because the reason why that's relevant, forking for a trade, is because I had the knight here, so I could have taken back. Now, is this move really that damning that it would be worth giving up a pawn to do, assuming that this level, if the engine is good enough to, you know, it said, you know, I'm +1 because of the pawn, but am I really? Was it really worth it? So the thing is that there's two bad things that'll happen as a result of this. I would lose the bishop for the knight, which of course, I can't say how good this bishop really would have been in this game, but the bishop, I mean, the knight is clearly worse than the bishop pretty much all the time, so I always resist that trade. So it gives him sort of a favorable trade, and it also allows him to mess up the pawns a little bit with this doubling that would have to occur because there's no other way to cover it. The good thing about that is even this would have been like tricky, like, oh, maybe I, you know, have to give up my cover on there, but it doesn't even need a cover right now, so that seems, you know, it seems very harmless what they just did, but I don't know exactly what to do. There's very few spaces that the queen can actually go. Like, I don't want to block my own light square bishop, but then again, you know, he'll take, I'll take. And now my knight is uncovered. See, I thought they'd do something cheeky with that, but it just doesn't matter. And now that even allows me to do this, but the problem with that is, like, what unleash could they really do? Like, they'll be attacking this, and then I just come here to cover it, but then it's pinned, and you never want to allow that to happen because, you know, you don't want to self-pin the queen. So the thing is, I could save this, but then it could cause problems later. I could offer this up like as a trade option, which he won't take, of course, because he would be more interested in doing that, or I'm not sure what that move actually does. It's going to be like a triple take option here. And so, this seems like a good way to just get rid of it, but what if he does something else first? Like, what, you know, he'll take this, then I'll react to it because then he's also attacking the rook. Then he'll take, I'll take, and then he'll have the free reign to just go for it. So that could be a bad move order sequence. This move is weird, or I can't do it though. This seems cute because if that wasn't there, then, you know, you can do it, but then I can, no, but then you could threaten back. You could take back. It's like, oh, I'm threatening the queen, so you have to address that. Yeah, you have to have the effort just to calculate and take your time, which again, anybody can do to an extent. Like, you don't need to be a genius, but you put forth the effort first, whether to compensate for the fact that you're not very good at it, or just good at the game overall, or as a compliment to it. I go in too much, unfortunately, with like that overconfident attitude, or like I just don't want to do it, or I don't feel like you should have to do it at the low level. If I took this one, then it's leaving this on a silver platter to be taken. But I think I can figure it out, but that doesn't seem like a very good move then to make. And the reason why is because now, like, does that even add up? Like, he'd take with the knight, I take with the rook, he takes with the bishop, I take with the queen, he takes with the queen, I take with the thing. And the biggest detriment in this position is actually the fact that it's the fact that, see, like, what does a move like that do? I don't get it. Is the fact that you're going to try to double take that. The What was I saying? I don't want to block the bishop, but the bishop also can't come out very easily. This could be okay. I kind of want to do a pawn move just to try to push it out. This is technically covered, so he's going to try to go for that and double take it. There's not too many places I can go that would allow me to do. You know, this is actually interesting. This is actually takeable. Because I take with the knight, he takes with the bishop, I take with the bishop, he takes with the queen, I take. Like, what are these moves that it's allowing me to do? Like, it's very confusing. Why is it letting me do that? I don't know, like whenever something wait, but how? Whenever something seemingly good happens, it can't be good, you know, because they wouldn't allow you to do that. But okay, so you'll lose the cover on there is the point. So that was just a simple mistake. And so even I would take, they would take, I would take, they would take, I would still take. No, but it doesn't. Let me think about the order. Okay, I would take with the rook. They would take with the knight. I would take with the queen. Then they don't have to trade queens. And then they could, no, but they kind of do. Because if they do trade queens, then it's covered by my bishop, the knight. But if they do trade queens, or I mean, if they don't trade queens and capture, then the thing is covering. This is just, again, me being sort of lazy and not wanting to think too hard about it, but what is this? What is this move order? I don't understand. Because now you have to address this. Like, I'm so confused. Like, what is it doing? I don't understand. Like, I'm gonna bring the thing here. Oh, he's gonna go there. See, like, I mean, this is how you know it's advanced. Like, look at what it's doing right now. Like, these are not normal things that you just do, right? Like, it's giving up all these kind of potential threats, but what it's doing is something very sneaky. This is pinned, I can't do anything about it. This I'd have to develop, but it's so slow in doing that it's never going to happen. So you can't take here. Even though I'm not down material, it kind of threw me off. So this is going to get taken no matter what. This rook is going to be the problem. Again, the simple move would be like, okay, you can do this, but you can't because the queen is in question. So now I have to like move the queen to the back rank, but then I can't do that either because of the... Like, see, I'll give it to it there. Like, if you're gonna beat me with a move like that, I can accept it. Like that's just too much. I don't know what the heck. But again, I'm still the one forcing and forcing the issue and stuff. So the queen has to stay attached to this, but something has to happen on the back rank. So the best thing again would be to move this. Like if I moved it here, but there's too many things attacking it. So that I'm paying the price for my lack of development. That something simple that shouldn't be a problem becomes a problem. This is pinned. I can accept the fact that it's going to get taken. That's not the issue, right? The issue is that I have to move the queen, and I have to. What if I do like this, but the back rank is still there? I mean, that's tough. Like, again, I'm not even mad about it. I can't even be surprised. It's just like, that's tough. Like, that's a tough sequence of moves. I can't really argue with it. It's just tough. At the very least, you could lose something here, too. I mean, this is insane. Like, oh, I go here, but then he can take there. So you're gonna get mated if you simply try to take, this is simple thought process. I thought, okay, I'll just take the bishop. He would take, I would take. It's not like I'm winning anything. But, and then this is putting a lot of pressure there. This also would be putting pressure there. So I was thinking no matter what he does, I'm gonna be putting a ton of pressure, but I'm ignoring kind of what he's doing. So you can't cover the back rank without potentially, again, losing the rook for free, or honestly getting mated, because even if the queen goes here, you take, and then you take. It's like, it's a mathematical impossible position. Like, I can't even figure it out. There's nothing you can do. I'll just go like this. Like, it's worth it if you're gonna give up a piece. Like, there's nothing I can do. I can't do anything. So you're putting a lot of pressure onto there. He's only +2. I mean, I can almost live with that, but it's just a case where, wait a second. He's letting me. No, this is weird. Why he keeps letting me do stuff? I would check, they would take, I would take, they would take. So this is the rarely seen triple stack that would allow me to mate, but it won't work. And the simple reason why it won't work is because that stupid thing is because that or I mean, first of all, the queen is there too, but the stupid thing is pinned in such a way that if the queen wasn't. I'm doing a lot of things this game, like where I'm, because if he takes my queen, I take his queen. He takes a rook, I take a rook. And wait, but that's impossible. The act of him doing that. Okay, it would be mate. It would be mate, but oh, of course it's too good to allow that. What did it do? It allowed me to, because this is still pinned. Like, this is the problem with playing like better players and stuff too. They'll always be almost something, but they'll never let you actually do it. So it's like fool's gold and like wishful thinking. Like, did I really think that that was actually made? And I'm shocked. Like, there's no way it's gonna let me do that. But somehow, you know, that's a good cop out that I've done a couple times when it seems totally lost, and it probably is lost. But I just attack the queen when it seems like, you know, with something, with a pawn, with some other piece, I can move the queen away safely. And that would be perfectly fine. And the reason why is because I think a take, but I almost like this move because you're attacking both the other rook, which puts a lot of pressure, or you're attacking the particular attacking the pawn. Like, this seems like a dynamic. So again, if he takes, again, it's not going to be a take, though. It's going to be a pin. But it's like, if you take, I'm more so worried about the knight. If you take here, it's no big deal because you can just, I could take a pawn, and clearly that's going to be the difference in the game. But if you bring this down, now this is also pin, like, and I can't really unpin anymore either. That move was sort of short-sighted. You know, don't you like the fact that it's literally a mate? If you could, if this just wasn't pinned, but you can't do the if game. It's like, and the queen can't cover this either. So, like, yeah, that last move was a bad move because I should have stayed attached to being able to attack the rook there then if he's gonna move this, or done something here. The difference in material isn't that big of a deal. It's a +1, even though it's represented by a knight. It's just not a big deal. So he's gonna go, let's say, here, and then it'll be very difficult for me to cover that. And the reason why is because you just can't even get there. Like, there's no light. It's just a bad sequence. Like, there's no light square that I can go to that would allow me to do that. Now this one is really insane because it's like, it's not that good, but it's good enough where it really makes you feel its presence. So now we're just in a cover game where I have to find a cover for that, which I can't do, and I just can't even get there. But no, that pin was very effectively used. I just can't get to it. Like, that's all I would need. If I could just cover it, it's fine until the knight maybe eventually targets it, but it might work better if I do this. What? Oh my god. Oh my god. I mean, look, it's clearly better than me in terms, well, it would depend on the time, but you can't really judge it by time against the engine because it's always going to be instant or always going to be fast. Maybe black was actually winning there. I was actually winning there. It was making some mistakes that gave me a chance, but you'd have to kind of know what that is. It's winning most of the time. I mean, I can accept, again, it's tough, it's better, but in fact, this wasn't even, wait, what kind of low accuracy game was this? Why was it so bad then? 51%. It's like we played some unfamiliar odd position that it's just not used to. So these kind of moves I have to learn. Like, when I'm winning, how do I not just, I play it safe, or no, I guess in this case I wasn't playing it safe though. But you go here. You go here. I don't know what the whole thought process is. like, how do I take that next step? Because I'll often be in good positions, even against really good opponents. It's just like, that's a blunder. See, okay, see, the pin, the nuance of all this is actually very instructive. See, playing this one is actually instructive. Because, like, why can't you do, if you take, then I mate, and if you don't take, I also mate. Wait, you're literally mated. What do you mean? Wow, wait, it was that crushing? Like, I love that. So it's as simple as that. You can just take this because why? Because you can't do anything here. The threat came from the other rook once he got it there. If you take the queen, then I mate, or, well, you can double take on here and effectively mate, and even the act of bringing the queen back there from here doesn't stop it. So no, like this is genuinely instructive and genuinely just like I can accept it, right? This is showing you a good barometer, like if you want to see what your level is. Like this level 6 is very, even if I beat it, like it's clearly very difficult. Like I want to see like what rating of player would you say should be able to beat this? Like a 2000 can beat it, I'm sure. An 1800 probably struggle, you know, that's kind of where I am anyway. But you know, I had my chances, so it's not perfect. See, it's very good, but it's not perfect. So it'll give you these chances and stuff, assuming again that players don't make mistakes. Like even though this is oddly low, it normally is much higher than that. In fact, that's insanely bad. How? I swear, it's, if you compare it to some of the last games we played, right, they're all much higher, but I think we're playing like somehow an unfamiliar kind of thing or position that would allow you to see that. Like 80%, 89%. I'm even praising it, and it just kind of makes it look stupid that last game. Yeah, 82%, 91%. The one time it plays that badly, I don't take advantage. 83, 96. Like how are you supposed to beat a 96%? Like, that's not fair. 96. Yeah, I kind of wanted to do something else, but I just don't have enough time or energy in a lot of these sessions. But I mean, what was I doing like in those Muta sessions, like Hearthstone or almost just like filler category stuff? I should really try to bring back that delisted kind of flex format that I was doing, where I would play stuff that's about to go offline, because then there's no sense of like, oh, I'm saving it, but you can't, because you know, there's nothing to lose, because once it's gone, you'll never be able to play it anyway. Yeah, this was adequately instructive. I'm not upset about it. I just like whatever's happening is not like super obvious, right? You're doing some weird things. So like, let me look at some of my weak moves. Like, what is it? Usually it's a trade that I don't need to do, or just like a simplistic filler type of move. So taking that pawn seems to have no impact whatsoever on the game. And the reason why it has no impact is because somehow it's all part of the plan. Yeah, see, like this tells you, like, I'm already aware. It's a move where you're offering up a trade just because, right? You're saying, okay, I want to trade that. Not because it's really the best move, but just because I want to do that. So, but my concern was like the unleash. Like, is there not an unleash you can do that could punish the fact that the knight is there and uncovered? Like, that seems like a very dangerous spot to be in. So you make a blunder back to back. I do like the human-like blunders that this level makes too, where it'll play really well, but then there are some positions where it's not going to be sure exactly what to do. Because again, I've seen games between 2,000 rated players and stuff like that. Like, let's see, Little Fire Rat or somebody, right? I can look at one of his games. They play at an extremely high level, but they're still making blunders. They're still making mistakes. Like, you're not going to be familiar with with all of this. So wait, wasn't I already following you? But no, this dude was like 2400-ish, or he's kind of stopped playing a bit. Or no, this my account doesn't exist anymore. That's why this is a different account. Or this is short game. Okay, 34 moves. I just want to see, like, there's gonna be blunders. There's gonna be, you know, again, just because you're good doesn't mean you're perfect, and it doesn't mean. Wait, what? It's such a one-sided game. But even then, he might have made a mistake. Yeah, like how frustrating that is. Like 11 cent upon, 97 accuracy. Like, what do you want the guy to do? Like, what are some of these positions you get into? This shows you like the lack of comfort, right? Like white is winning, but how comfortable would I be, or a certain player? Like, I know that better players will try to rationalize, like, oh no, this is all part of the plan, or it's all good, but there's something going on. There's some fundamental principle, like, this is okay because why? Why is this okay? What is the plan? What is the, like, look at this ugly, messy position. Although he's winning by an insane, like, what is this matchup? What? Oh, he's fit. Never mind. He's 1500. I'm making a lot of the right moves in these sort of in between queen moves, which maybe they seem obvious, but again, this desire to trade the knight or do something there is not very good. But most of these blunders aren't. I thought about doing this too, but then it seems so dangerous leaving that there. Most of these moves aren't causing you to lose. They're causing you to go from winning or slightly better to something else. So now you're giving up. I can't understand. Like, why? Why is that? Why? This move needs to be explained. Like, this move needs to be understood. Why would you do that? You go here, you give up a pawn, and then I don't care. Like, what if I don't do that then? What if I just do something else? But no, I mean, it's tough. I'll give you credit for this one in full, that it's a tough one to beat. I didn't take my time still, but this is the perfect one to play against. That I'd love to see, like, the kind of people who are beating this, what rating you must be. It should show you like a whole history of everybody who's played each level of Stockfish or something. Stockfish 14, level 6. It's just like, it's tough. It's just not quite enough. And it allows you to, I don't know. Again, it's the effort level that I lack, and there's not really much else in chess I want to do either. Like, I want to keep, I should have just taken my time a bit more. Now I'd almost want to do something else, but I'm also tired. It's kind of annoying. Like, see, I do chess as like a filler category, and so it's kind of like, you know, when you don't know what else to do, or when you don't have a ton of time, then I end up doing it just for that reason alone. So, not anything against it really, but the amount that I've done it in the last couple of years has been very telling. And the reason why is because I wouldn't normally have done it that much, or any like one thing that much per se. And so I brought back my debate format officially a little while ago, and that kind of was interesting, because I let me try to do it like this. Like, if I'm about to like sleep, and I could just talk into it, and like, some people actually do that too. They'll like,
they're like in a position to like actually do 24-hour streams, and they're gonna show it, like show themselves sleeping for 12 hours. Like, who is watching this and why? But yeah, I'd have to figure out something else to do, like a delisted category, delisted games, or something like that. And then I have to figure out just some other things to play that aren't necessarily super intensive. It doesn't have to be something new. I was doing that format for a while, where I bring my first playthrough permadeath format to a new game every month, like the Slitterhead in November last year, Indiana Jones in December, Path of Exile in January, even though that had come out before that, Path of Exile 2, and then Avowed, right, I guess February. And so March, April, May, I didn't do anything because I just didn't have time or energy to really do it. What else could we do here? I can't even see my chat in case somebody is actually talking in there. Or yeah, that would be the whole thing. Like, you're gonna fall asleep on stream, just let it run. And okay. Okay, so today I'm going to be trying to beat the level 6 Lichess spot yet again, and of course, this is one of those that's kind of pushing me to my limit a little bit, but it's sort of, if I really take my time, which I don't really do, right, it should definitely be doable. It's just a case where I'm not doing that. I almost feel bad because, again, it's like you have infinite time, so what am I supposed to make of it, right? Like, the engine moves instantly, and I don't have a time limit. So for some of these, I was trying to put a timer myself. Like, okay, I have 30 minutes, and I even count their turns because their turns don't take very long. But then I end up still not really using it. But no, I'm almost trying to use this as a motivation, like until I beat this one at least. Because I don't know if I can beat the other two. I definitely can beat this one, but it'll be very hard. I've had a couple of good performances, but then I mess up somewhere in the middle. Like, it's very, very good, but it'll make mistakes and it'll give you a chance, assuming that even really good players don't do that. Like, you know, even 2000s aren't going to be perfect, but the kind of mistakes they make are different. Like, right, it won't be like just blundering a piece, which even, you know, whatever, intermediate players don't necessarily do that. It's more like, it'll take a little bit more thought. So even here, I'm moving too fast. I'm acting like I actually know openings, which I don't. But it sort of validates my style of play a bit. Like my trade happy mindset. So if they take, I take. Not really what I want. This seems really out of place. So like I kind of want to trade a knight at this point. Because it feels like whatever the knights are doing, you definitely don't need two of them. You really never need two of them. You're putting a certain amount of pressure here. I would take, they would take, I would take, they would still take. And there's no way to really... There's no way to really cover it again, right? Like, or attack it again. The other knight is just useless. Like, I almost want to go like this. That also doesn't work. You could do this. You know, there's certain principles of attacking which I don't know because like I don't really attack, so you know, I by doing that I force myself. Now I have to take, thereby giving up a center pawn, but then again they're also giving up a center pawn. But it's like, what would you really do? Like, maybe this is the best move. I don't know. It's stupid because again all this is gonna happen and it won't even help, I don't think, but all this is going to happen because of the simple, you know what, dude? I don't know. See, I just get sort of tilted and annoyed at a certain stage because at least you have to address that because of the... I don't know. See, that whole sequence was just done out of either laziness or something stupid. But it doesn't mean it led to anything bad. And in fact, all these trades are good, so I'm fine with it. See, I'm good at that, though. This is the thing that even against better players, you'd sometimes see. That's a bit of a problematic move, but like, I'm good at sometimes controlling the position in terms of, like, what just happened there. I dictated all of that, right? They didn't do anything. But I see a sequence here that could have been, well, that's even bad, but I could go here, but then they could bring that. So I already, see, they took advantage of it, but all I was doing was trading stuff. And it's no coincidence that the knight is always on the receiving end of this. Like, why did it have to be the knight that's in the way? If I do this, they'll do something fairly obvious, but I'll do it anyway. That they'll move this here, but they won't. So you just run out of covers. Although, if I take, they take, I take, they take, I take, they still take. Like, you just can't cover it anymore, so it doesn't matter. I don't know. See, I just threw at a certain point. Like, I moved. Why was that a necessary move to make anyway? Oh, the fact that I could have taken that, but couldn't they have just took and then I take and then they take and then I take? Yeah, that was the move I was originally expecting. But I'm double attacking the queen and this. Apparently you can just get away with it. Yeah, okay. I did better in some of these. Again, I'm playing it like it's bullet, so there has to be some time consideration because I don't really like playing against AI, but I just can't do it. Like, I'm not even... This is where people cop out and play bullet and stuff. It's like, I'm not saying I can beat it or I'm that good, but like, I'm not even trying when I'm going that fast. It's just stupid. It's like, you find it boring, like, let's try to learn from that. But that trading sequence was pretty cool because, again, I can always force the position. I wouldn't mind doing variants, but like I said, I can't do... Like, how are you that down this early? Like, I'm not even doing anything. Yeah, see, I think about doing this, but I don't understand. So, like, what happens? Okay, they take... see, this is why. Like, you might think, oh, it's an intuitive move. You're trying to move the center pawns and take the center. But then what is the follow-up? Do I take with this? Do I take with this? No. You go randomly here, which has nothing to do with anything. Then you go here, which apparently they can't stop, or they even block themselves from doing. Like, it's a little bit more complicated than what I... Now, that I agree with. That I wholeheartedly agree with, because I love the fact that... you know, I love the fact that it's offering a trade. So, see, at least when I don't know what to do, it's something that, even with a certain amount of calculation, I probably still wouldn't do that. I might do the pawn push, right? Like, okay, that's fine. If they take, I take. If they take, I still take. But no, they have too much cover. That's why I wouldn't think to really do that. I don't get it. Something about this pawn seems incredibly weak or important that... What the fuck are these moves? Like, this is a problem. Like, nobody... Sometimes you have to tone down the engine just because it's too good. Like, nobody moves like this. Like, nobody is doing this. I make one move I own and it's to blunder the queen, but yeah, it's just not the right thing. Like, I don't see the will or the drive to really take my time, even though I always liked that in classical. And I failed a lot of my challenges, so there's really not a whole lot that I want to do. I mean... Let me think. I want to start that delisted thing again, and the thing is, I only want to attempt that once per episode, but then I go so fast, I just want to get it over with. Chess variants. I wouldn't mind doing this, but you just can't do it. Like, unless you do chess.com, which again, I'm not going to let myself back on there because I failed my challenge. That I... multiplayer. Oh, this is cool. Why is it called 12 Sharp though? This is 4-player, but it's also with some of the other Chataraji stuff. And again, this COVID was too weak. Climate change, my city is boiling. The thing is that... what is this? I don't know, that's like part of the mechanic. They're moving like as ghosts or something. But yeah, the problem is nobody actually plays this, so I can't do it. Where was even the 960? Oh, you have to go into like regular chess and then do it. Let me try it, but nobody's actually playing this. Anyway, 10-minute games, I'll play each one until I lose, which that format is so evergreen, and I do have a YouTube series on it that I was doing on chess.com, but then I didn't continue it. Don't, oh, yeah, sure, I guess. Which, so like Chaturanga, right? But yeah, like I would go through every variant on chess.com and play till I lose a game, which I really wish I could go back on there, actually. I'm acting like I was banned for something of my own doing, but it's just my challenge that I punish myself. Let's see. Yeah, they call it that. Let's see. I think I made an account, and I used my Lichess account, which is not really true to the name because I was trying to play like blindfold chess and stuff on here, not even as a variant, just like as a challenge. See how far I can get in blindfold, regular kind of games, but so yeah, I'll still count this in terms of if I lose a game that I can't play. I was actually pretty decent at it too, in terms of well, just because I would play it and other people wouldn't. But 10 plus 15. Okay, so the one important thing to remember is that the elephant, even though as much as I rag on the knight, the elephant is an even worse piece than the knight. It's completely garbage, and I had a good trick for what to do with them, and I've totally forgotten what it was. I would move like one of them to the middle and one of them to the outside. There's like a symmetry with my... Okay, the thing is the knight is a really strong piece for once. Elephant is the worst piece ever. So this is the thing. Now you kind of do a little dance with these to get them active and out. Just, again, clear the back rank just so we don't have to worry about it. He's doing a bit of a goofy pawn movement. This is not really how you play, or maybe he's good, but... maybe I sat them on the edge. I don't know. Or maybe he knows somewhat what he's doing, but that's the one beautiful thing about this is it hasn't been metagamed to death, really, even though it should be easier to metagame than regular chess because, you know, the elephant, it's not that the elephant has limited movement. It literally, I'll show you the elephant movement. It's not limited. It's literally finite. Like, that's it. Like, this is the full extent of where this piece can go on the board. I'm not even saying it has to be like a bishop. Even if it moved like, okay, 1 or 2 squares at a time, and it took forever to get around. This is literally the maximum number of, this is the only squares it can ever go to, right? It can never go off this grid of those squares. So like, what kind of a garbage
moron idea of a piece is that? See, at least the knight can go to every single square on the board, even if it does it in a convoluted, stupid, slow way. But that shows you actually how bad the knight is in hindsight, because real book opening. Is that so? Alsaya the Tempest. I didn't know there really was that much thought even put into it, but the thing is that, yeah, like, these pieces were made at the same time, and even with the queen being that royal advisor who can only move diagonal, so the knight was considered on par with this somehow. It must have been that, like, the knight's a stupid convoluted piece, so it's okay that the elephant, yeah, that's okay. It's okay that the elephant and the knight exist in the same game because they both suck. But now we've come to this fanboy era of the fanboy era of people actually defending the knight and acting like it's as good as the bishop, which is clearly not. So that just shows you, like, the pieces are meant to be garbage, except for the rook, which is way too strong. In fact, the rook is the queen, basically, for what this is worth. Now, the one thing you can do is you can accept the fact that this is beautiful, though. See, look at my development is far superior to his, even if it's not. Look how aesthetically consistent this is. Like, this is beautiful. Like, I should win this just based on my development alone. But I don't really understand. See, I want an open file, but then these pawns start to become stupid. Because the thing that happens in this game a lot is that there's a lot of uncoverable pieces, right? So, like, if I do this, there'll be like a moment where you just can't cover a certain pawn because the pieces are so awkward, right? The advisor can't do it, something else isn't going to be covered. You don't have, like, the versatility. So even though I like the way this looks, I don't understand it because the knight, I don't get it. I had a certain style that I would do, but I kind of forgot. You're trying to, like, make room for the knight almost. Like, this would be fine. This would be a safe. He'll move it up. And it wouldn't be, I don't know. This is annoying. All right, well, we'll just kind of keep advancing there, moving the king and the queen. And the king is actually such a good piece. That's the thing, too. You have to play aggressively with the king here, even in the mid-game, probably. It's just attacking on one flank. Like, you know, you might say, oh, you're feared for the king's safety, but the pieces aren't that aggressive that they're going to mate you, right? You don't have to worry about the queen mating you and stuff the way that you do in regular chess, but also you don't have to worry about whatever. You know, it's actually, if you rate the pieces, like, it's better than the royal advisor, it's better than the elephant, it's on par with the knight, even in regular chess. So, like, yeah, see, I'm too OCD about the pawns that I don't want to break the chain, but you kind of have to because I can't do anything. So I did that to clear room here, and now I'm going to push a pawn. I like the aesthetic way that I played that, but I think now I'm sort of not sure what I'm doing. I want to make an open file, but I don't want to mess up the pawns in doing it. So and I keep trying to think like I can move the pawn twice. If you look at my pawn row, every pawn is defended. It may be defended, but it seems awkward to me that it could be elephant. Yeah, I know, but it just doesn't look aesthetically pleasing, even if it is correct for now. And it means that then he can't move his elephants at all, which maybe that's the right idea. It's just, okay, the king comes here, so I'm just trying to think, like, he has a fork incoming. See, this is the kind of stupid stuff. This is stupid stuff that could happen. So I just don't know where I'm going with this. Now I could move the elephant back. I don't mind him putting the pawn there. It really doesn't bother me. It's just, this is actually pretty intense. Like, we both clearly have some experience with it, right? Like, I clearly am remembering certain things that I used to do or something. It just seems natural.
But we can move the knight freely. We can move the elephant back. So I'm just trying to think which of my pawns isn't covered. See, that one pawn there isn't covered at all. The oh shit, he might actually be going for it too. He goes here, so maybe the best thing is just go here to stop it. Yeah, see, the knight becomes really the best piece in this game because it's so active. It's so much better than everything. Obviously, the rook is better, but I just wish the queen looked like the first. Yeah, this icon. You know, it looks at least different, though. The fact that it has the 3 points instead of however many. Yeah, that's what it's officially called, I guess, the furs, which was not even a female necessarily. It was just a royal advisor was the name, I guess. It could be presumed male or whatever. Okay. And that stops it from coming in. So now if you push that, I don't understand this because if I go here, he would take, I would take. I could do something like this. Oh yeah, Vizier too. How many names does it need? So now this almost forces your hand to take, but it still doesn't. But it's like the little slip that I do in regular chess that I won't even explain right now, but I'll show you in a minute. Yeah, see, it's the slip. He could have done something there that would have made me uncomfortable. I do this and I feel like I have to take. Now, if he does it, I go back, even though this is awkward. Now, if he does it, I don't have to take. I can just keep going. If he goes here, you know, it's all good. Why does this look like two experts actually playing the game? So see, now I could use the same logic that he was, that, oh, everything is technically covered. And in a game like this, that kind of works better because he's not going to have a bishop attacking from long range. He's not going to have a queen attacking. So that's the name of the game with this, is everything is short range except for the rook, which again is way too strong when you consider it. We're both experts. I was 12th out of like 400. I don't know what I was, but I was 1 of 1 because nobody actually played the game. When I go here, take. It doesn't really. See, this is the contest of two masters decided instantly moment. Like, nobody wants to move those pawns. This is actually a valid move to make because. No, but I don't know. This is what I was trying to do before, but. This becomes a little bit complicated, so he probably knows what it. Without the queens, pawn moves feel much more committal. Or yeah, even the bishops, just how much range you got. And there, he's bringing in the key. Yeah, this, I don't like doing this with the pawns, but. Like, this only works because the knight can't come in. Right, is why this flatness of it. Okay, so now we can do that, and then if he takes, oh, but it'll be like something weird. It'll be weird because he'll do like, come here, and then, fine, you know what, let's get an open file. It's fine, so now this is okay. You know, the elephants just serve, honestly, to get in the way. And so now this is covering there, but I don't need it. Yeah, see, the simplicity of this is so attractive, though, is like sometimes less is more. You don't need to. Okay, that's fine. You know, is it one of those moments where mathematically, factually, objectively, he cannot cover the f6 pawn? It's possible that he just can't do it. He could just move it forward, but at least it's like, you know, I'd be willing to give up an elephant. Like, oh, it's a double take. I would take, they would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take. I'll do it. Or I'll do this first. Yeah, that's totally worth it. In fact, why did he even do that? Why wouldn't he take with the pawn first? We lost his royal advisor. Oh, you didn't see the elephant. Just don't sack knight for furs. Yeah, furs is gimped. So the furs for the elephant is actually pretty decent for me because I mean they're both not very good, but at least the furs has a bit more control because it, you know, it moves one square, so it's a little easier to use. But like, yeah, I'd love to see that. Oh, even a grandmaster, best player ever, using the stupid. Oh, now it's starting to fall apart. Or no, he'd take the knight. Wait, the way that I'm gonna lose now is on time though. He's gonna like trap me or something. He'd give a check there, you know, there's always like a subliminal fear that, oh, he's attacking that too. Like the rook, but he's not. That's the thing. At least that would make the elephant viable. If it could attack both squares, so it could jump over and hit the g4, but it could also, you could choose. Right, then it would be a valid piece. It's still bad. It's still way worse than the bishop because it can only go 2, but you know, you could choose whether 1 or 2. So this is actually doable. It's like, oh no, he's gonna unleash and check and he's gonna do something cheeky like this. But it doesn't matter because the royal advisor isn't that good. Like, oh no, look at the unleashed check that he's gonna do on g4, and then oh no, the queen is pinned to the king. Like this is like some memory, you know, that you're going on. Oh look, he's pinned the queen and the king, except in this version the queen sucks, so it doesn't do anything. And is covered by the elephant, and even if he took it, it wouldn't matter. Like God, I'm just too slow is the problem. These elephants, man. Here, let's just try to get this out of the way then. He's gonna beat me on time if it comes to that, because it can be very arduous and slow. Now he can't move the elephant, otherwise I can't do that. I'm just too slow, but it kind of paid off. Generally, like, my position is pretty good. It's just, it sort of doesn't matter because I don't know. So he's got a double stack going, which is pretty concerning. I just can't do anything about it. I mean, it's covered by that stupid thing though. I keep almost giving that up. I just can't find a move. Like, you're ahead on the board, but no time. Yeah, what's he gonna do? Use the double stacked rook to take the thing? Oh no! But then why would you? We gave up a rook for a bunch of garbage pieces, so I don't understand that. Right, that wasn't worth it at all. Kind of letting me off the hook and simplify. Oh, okay, that was worth it, but okay, but that had nothing to do with it. Like, I could have, and I still get that back, and I have, I have the double rooks. He kind of let me off the hook a little bit. Oh god, should be so simple now, but it's just not. Oh god. I hate time so much. Okay, we have the thing. I could do this to simplify. I mean, but the thing is, it's hard to win then. Like, there's sometimes no win condition because you know, you have a situation where, okay, dude. He doesn't even care about the stupid ass elephant. Like, oh no, he's gonna promote to a garbage piece that won't even help that much. right, you know, promotion is greatly undervalued in the sense that it doesn't even matter if he does it. Like, that was sometimes the problem. Like, how do you even win? Yeah, promoted. How do you even win? There is a principle where you promote two of them and then you can use them together to mate, right? But I completely forgot. Yeah, excited to have a queen. That's the whole point, actually, of how they work. If you get two of them, they can easily mate because they both cover opposite squares in each diagonal. So that's kind of the... Oh, come on. That's stupid. But yeah, the win condition here can be kind of dumb because there almost isn't one. Like, let's see if he can actually do it. I get my 1 furs, he gets the potentially 3, although maybe not. You know, you can just play around its color too. Like if these are on opposite colors, so. So like this could still end in a draw because it's going to be even more drawish than chess. Because nothing's going to happen. It's just a waste of time. You could take both of these and then what? Variant ending black 1. Okay, wait, why does black win? If it's a stalemate, or it's not even a stalemate. I don't get how that works. Like, it seems valid that, oh, just, it's the piece, I forget the name of that. It's like the raw piece rule. If you just run out of material. Yeah, bare piece rule, exactly. But that was a very well played game, actually. That felt much higher level than I would have expected, though. Like, the opening was so good. He seemed to know one that he was even mentioning. I seem to remember what I used to do. That was actually very entertaining. See, there's some logic to what I was doing, but then I forgot what to do after that. Right, this was so beautifully set up. But then in the middle game, I sort of lost my way. I didn't know what to do. I played better, yeah, but too slow. Yeah, see, this is good. I love that the engine can even figure this shit out. Like, what is it? I mean, it's easier to figure out than chess, but it has to just be programmed somehow. He's just gonna clean me out of all the variants. Pick another one that we can do. Did we do 960 last time, or did we do... I guess I could check in my thing. Yeah, look how much I'm winning by, but I'd love to see how you're actually supposed to do it. I guess just the 2 rooks alone give you your best chance. So that should be one of the principles, is never trade the rooks, because your best chance of mating is with a rook, not with a promotion, not with the furs. We get forked, you get a lot of this because of time, and even now it's like if I don't blunder my rook for no reason, so he is actually winning. But again, it's taking into account the bare piece rule. All he has to do is take the one thing. So that's a very good rule to have, obviously, because without that, it would be impossible sometimes to get an outcome. We played 960 and we played regular chess. So yeah, you can pick any variant besides those 3, I guess, unless I won one of them. Wait, I won 960? How? I guess we could do any of those if you want, just because if I lost, I'm gonna count that I can't do it anymore. I guess I won this somehow. I was losing, and then he must make some mistake. Why is it even saying that he's winning there? Oh, because we forked the thing, kind of. King without his army should get captured. But not in regular chess, because it just wants to be a drawish clown show. Yeah, actually, let's do a rematch of 960 if you want. I really hate that this side isn't active, though. It's so good. I had the knight and bishop versus rook, move them away. All right, we'll do 960, and then we can do something else, too. Let's see. If he beats me, I'll be undefeated in 960. Oh yeah, and this is where they could totally like take 10 minutes to do this, which should almost be allowed to a degree. But then again, you can take as long, you should be able to take as long as you want. But it's like, you know, it should count towards your time. So both players start with 10 minutes, and you can take 5 on the first move if you want. But I don't know whether to put it above or in here. My obsession is always just to sit on the back rank, or I mean to clear the back rank, even with no rhyme or reason. And again, I hate how castling works in this. You basically already are castled. Like if I just get the rook out of there, you go like this, but I don't want to. I won't act like I really have a plan here, but this almost suits me more, right? This is something I should be good at because I'm so instinctive and improvisational and not really, you know, not really theory based. But I don't sometimes put the effort enough to be good. I'm actually kind of screwed because I can't do anything really anymore in terms of like, you know, my next step was I wanted to play like over the board, like real tournaments, but I can't do it now because I mean, and I'd take like a hidden camera and get banned for it. And like I want to show that experience, but I just don't have the time and it's too much effort. We're blocking off his dark square diagonal pretty well here of both the queen and the dark square bishop itself. So now it's just a question of oh, this would have been valid, but damn. You do almost a octopus knight type thing, like he would take, I would take, if he takes, then I take with the knight, and that kind of makes it worth it. Some of these pawn principles and things like this would be valid for the sake of any version of chess, right? Like it would still apply. Not that I'm an expert in that, but clearly you should have the same principle. So he would take, I would take. This reinforces. So see, this pawn should be very strong on d4. This should be like a huge deal, but somehow he would take, I would take, he would take, I would take, he would still take. So somehow that didn't really do anything though. Unless I'm missing something. He would take, I would, oh no, wait. He would take, I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take, I would take. Okay. So or yeah, that's the one thing that makes me wish I would be a bigger creator a little bit. Not that I have to be huge, but if you have you know, people to play against, then even on dead sites like this, or even in dead games, if I play some, you know, obscure old MMO or whatever, something weird that I would play, right, it would give you some give you some validation that way. You can move this out. This is a very dynamic, interesting position, actually. A lot of activity. I create such a closed position that all of our bishops are useless, right? My bishops are useless. Their bishops are doing nothing, but even though I like the bishop so much, I do tend to prefer closed positions and just trading stuff off and playing defensively. He's going to move maybe this pawn and try to bring something, or he was just doing that to cover it, which sometimes that's what I make a mistake too. Like I assume that they know what I know, so I don't even consider it. I wasn't even considering that I was going to take that pawn because I knew, of course, he's going to cover it. But okay, that's interesting. Okay. Yeah, the light square bishop could be maybe a little better. The dark square bishop seemed pretty bad. He's just directly reacting to everything. Could always come back with it. So the knights honestly are going to be better here. And the reason why is because they are in such a closed position, but at some point it might open up. But I kind of want to do this. You see, now this forces him to open his king pawn, assuming he's already castled. He gets an ugly doubled pawn right in the king's face. And then... But no, this is very fun. It's too bad I missed knight e2 fork. I mean, I kind of was looking at it now, but I don't know when I could have done it. I was almost going to take the bishop with the rook and then force the queen to move and then do it, but now he's... When could I have done it, though? Oh, instead of taking the knight, I could have just done it then. I see. So now... Wait, couldn't I still... Well... Okay, what I can do is I can actually move the king here. And then... He's not putting any pressure, really. He's just kind of laying back for now. But no, I like what this mode can show you is like, you could be a 2,000 rated player versus a 1,500, and yet it would feel much more even potentially because you can't rely on the opening theory and different things that you might have studied. Sure, certain fundamentals are going to still come into play, but it can be very rewarding still in a different way. The light square bishop is really in purgatory there by them. Moves the dark square bishop back. I kind of like this square for the bishop to sit on, even as weird as that seems. Now, he can't advance the pawn and free up the bishop. This is also well, I should have probably paid better attention to my knight there. Okay. But no, that seems like a decent spot for the bishop, or I could pull it back and now cover that stupid pawn that I allowed to get caught out there. This is kind of a ballsy thing to do. Damn, why are these games so good though? Like even that Chaturanga game, like when two masters meet, this is what it looks like. That game was so good. This one is pretty intense. We're very evenly matched, at least it seems. You could create a double stack here is one of the only things I could think to do. So he would take, I would take, he wouldn't be able to really take, or he would because of the stupid thing. He would take with the pawn, I take with the pawn, he takes with the rook, I take with the knight. I can't take with the pawn. I don't care. Very unbalanced position, not just mirror games. Not saying that if we played regular chess it would be a mirror game anyway, because it's not like we're experts, but that's what it sort of devolves into a lot. Definitely a lot less draws. Yeah, either way, I love this. He goes back, I take the knight. He stays, I take the bishop. That bishop was just trouble the whole game, you could tell. And then, yeah, see, this is such a good thing. Having my darksphere bishop on a5, not only is that a decent diagonal, even in only one direction, but it stops that pawn from even moving to free up the bishop to come on my side. Damn, I could have almost gone for the queen too if the knight's not there. Now I shouldn't get too greedy. He's gonna only double stack on here, or I don't know what he's gonna do. Okay, this should be good no matter what. Even if I, you know, like I'll sack the rook for the knight, but then I still get the queen if he doesn't move it, and his movement is kind of limited here. Which that's not even such a great trade because you're giving up, like, it seems winning, but that wasn't that big of a deal. I give up 2 rooks for the queen and the knight. Good game. So you get my revenge from him stealing one of my favorite variants, Chaturanga, even though that was still a very good, evenly matched kind of game. But no, I love this analysis capability. I don't remember seeing this before, or even on chess.com, right? You can't even do it there, I don't think. Your knight prevents any attack at all on the other side. Yeah. That's the one thing knights are actually good for, is just kind of slowing the game down. So I was winning most of the way. Let's see if we missed anything big. Probably not. Yeah, I don't know why this side is so dead. Okay, let's pick a different one. What else do you like? What is this Alice one? I saw it in being played down here, and I couldn't understand what it was. Where like the pieces were invisible, or something, like faded. New army variants: horde-based army, or horse-based army. I just can't believe there's not a proper site for this besides, you know, I guess I could play it on regular Lichess still. Like just the variants that they have on there, which is only some of them. Horde chess, I think I have a little bit, but which one? Where is that even? Oh, here. Or somebody else is gonna come in and steal my match from him trying to join, but I'm just assuming the site is so dead. Horde anti-chess placement 3 check. I think I hated the 3 check one. It was kind of annoying. You know, this one feels a little bit theory based because it's like people will know kind of what to do at a certain point. The trick with the thing is you're trying to get behind everything. Like if the queen or the rook or something gets to the back, right, to my back file, then you're screwed. But I don't know actually what you're trying to do as the pawns. You just have to push relentlessly and not give them a chance. Like, you have to be threatening to promote so much. You know, because no matter what happens, you have to be promoting as a payoff, because he just keeps walking into it. This is kind of, wait, what? Oh, he's doing exactly what I was saying too. Like, you should. I don't really get the whole thing, but there's a clear answer to the, you know, this is one that's very study worthy. Like, there's clearly just a way to do it that you have to know. It seems like it should favor you as the pawns, but it's very tricky. Right, all he has to do is get to the back, and I'm just done for. So even if he sacks a piece, he could sack his rook, and then I'm already worried because, you know, sack the rook for the a2, and then I'm just screwed because I shouldn't have let him dig that deep into there. I was even making fun though. He keeps getting attacked. He's giving me free pawn moves, but generally black tries to trade some pieces for 2 pawns to mess up the structure. Yeah. And yeah, see, if at any point he gets to my back rank, it's over because he can just eat them from behind. And I have to just try to promote, or at least threaten a promotion. Guy with like 40 pawns just needs to sacrifice half his pawns to promote. I think I already messed up though. Like, I can already see how he can win, but he's not doing it. Like, I even went against what I said at the beginning that I shouldn't have done. This side seems kind of weak for me now, the left side. Yeah, see, I'm giving up too much. Yeah, see, I already lost. It'll still take him a while to get through all of them, but I shouldn't have allowed him to do that. Yeah, that's the biggest trick for black, is just get to the back, which I was aware of him, but I don't know what I was doing, really. It's still maybe something now, but they're just getting too much ground, like. All you'd really need is to just like promote one of them, and then I guess that was smart because he was already potentially going to lose it anyway. Or I wasn't really taking advantage of the double movement, or maybe I couldn't do it most of the game because of that. Because everything's so clumped up. But yeah, this one seems like this one would be worth studying because you kind of have to know a clear path of what to do. Right, there's more of a rhyme and reason to it. Or you can like combine it with 362 or 960, like where it's, you know, you can do it with anything else too. Since the first few moves are the same every game. Yeah, exactly like regular chess, which is why people hate opening theory so much. Yeah, but I hate that I knew it too, and I said, oh, I can't let him get to the back, but I immediately let him do it. Anyway, good game. But yeah, like it's fine, but I don't fully get. No, see, even you're losing. So this one's imbalanced and unfair, that means. White is actually losing. So unless you play it the right way, right, you're automatically starting off at a disadvantage. Yeah, some of this stuff is stupid because I shouldn't have done that, right? That was a mistake. I'm losing most of the way. I don't know. You just have to not let them dig too deep into any one row, but that's easier said than done. Variant design contest. I did actually make one for like the New Year's, I think. The little Lord's chest, but it didn't. It was a little convoluted. The computer doesn't understand some variants well. But yeah, some of them by design might be pretty imperfect. Like they're not going to be completely balanced. It's kind of an easy cop out with most of them. Like you could make anything you want, right? And if both players have the same pieces, like regular chess, it makes it seem like, oh, it's perfectly balanced and it's fair, but it's really not. It's just like white still has an advantage and some of the pieces are inconsistent, but because both players have the same pieces, it makes it seem balanced. I love this piece set, but what is this? Mac Ruck. There's so many that I don't even know what they are. Bughouse, I know Ding Liren always liked this. Might be more fair if we do. No, that's fine. I'll count that as my loss. So I can. Man, some of these piece sets are just sick. That makes it worth it alone. Look at some of the. I would love using this just in regular chess. Like I have all my custom ones on Lichess. Maybe I should allow that on regular Lichess. Like, even though I can't play on chess.com at all, whether it be variants or regular, because I failed my challenge. I can't play on Lichess for any purpose other than blindfold chess or bots or viewer games. So the one thing that I maybe should be able to do is variants with random people, because at least this is more active in that way. Even if it's not super active, but even then if I did it would be like as a permanent thing. Like, and there's only so many to go through. I just want to go on like a super long streak with the... Or wait, why does black get such a cool set and white doesn't? Anti-chess, yeah, I've tried it. We can do that one. Anti-chess, you would think I should be good at this one because I'm so bad. That's my specialty anyways, just losing all my pieces. But I think there's that compulsory forced take aspect that see, even this there was a trick to that I just forgot what it was. You have to like deny them chances to take stuff. Yeah, see, I love that. I already messed up by doing that one move, but now he has to take. He should have to take. You got to keep stuff out of the line. Keep stuff out of the line of where I have to take or something. Now at least I can choose somewhat of what to take. But instead of taking his rook, let's just take a pawn, and then he should be forced to take either my rook or my queen. Or that. And now we're both forced to take constantly. And now he's forced to take there, and I shouldn't be forced to do anything. Or I'm forced to take. Yeah, the bishops the bishops can get you in such trouble because right, they're too so he has to at least take that back. And then it seems like he's doing better, but I don't know how to even do this. It's, yeah, the bishops will just ruin you because they're always going to be able to take. Look at that. Look at that. It's single-handedly going to lose me the game. And what if I just keep everything boxed in, like... Oh, like I have to even do that? Like, yeah, what if I just, like, don't do anything? Now I can force him to end Pizant, and then he makes a queen, and then I just don't take, ever. I could plan it all out somehow. I didn't know end Pizant is force. Like, yeah, see now, what happens? Oh, it'll be a stalemate then. This would be so hilarious if I could still... Oh, but he can make it a knight. And then I would have to take... Alright. Damn it. So that one he beat me pretty thoroughly. Good game. Some of these you really just have to kind of know what you're doing a little bit, which is why it's fun to do in like those permanent gauntlets too, because you're kind of almost playing it for the first time or figuring out what to do, you know, as you go along and trying to make the most of it. So the first couple of games can be really tough because you don't even know what you're doing at all. Yeah, they should make one COVID chess where you can't be within 6 squares of each other. The pieces can't be right next to each other. They get infected and die. 5 chess endgame tables. He's gonna clean me out of all the variants already, but there are at least so many on here. So I've won 2 and lost 1, 2, 3, 4. I will assume he at least has a decent amount, very good at losing badly, a decent amount of experience in the actual, in some of these, but I don't really know what I'm doing too much. Placement. Oh yeah, this one I think I liked, but again, I'm not going to know entirely what I'm doing. We do it like that as if it's already castled. Placement isn't set up. I was thinking of the one where you buy yeah, this is sort of a light version of that, where you still get to set up, but you don't get to do that. Yeah. Or you can have like more of them. You can like buy only queens or only rooks if you want. Or yeah, that's what that's what actual GMs would do. They would just recreate the normal position because they're so familiar with it and comfortable with it. As boring as that would be, right? Like, why wouldn't they choose that? Because they know all the theory, they know all the openings. But then again, their opponent will too. So the rooks, I'm not entirely sure. Maybe we keep them more in the middle. The logic of the bishops is always good, that you want them perched on like the 2 squares. The G2, the B2. You can raise the pawn already and try to do this shit. Give a check on move 1. He's really trying to pin it like that, but that wouldn't even work because it's on the wrong side. Yeah, let's see if they even have that one on here. The like the setup. Yeah, that is weird. Or Capablanca was actually kind of hard to find on other sites. I don't think even chess.com really properly had it, or maybe it did. This we could just move. Setup instead of placement. Or yeah, it should just combine all of them, like where you can choose the pieces from any of them together. So like, you know, you can choose a piece from Chaturanga, or you can choose a piece from some, you know, all these other variants, and you can choose any of them. So the knights, as usual, are kind of a nuisance and annoyance, but okay. See, like, if I lose because of that, like, what is the point, dude? My position isn't bad, it's just kind of dumb. So nothing should be forkable yet, but he might sack something or do something crazy. The legs for bishop isn't too good. See, this with the regular pieces, it ends up being such a stale position, even though, or you're basically just creating your own 960 position that most people aren't going to know well enough whether it's even good or not. This becomes very annoying because there's nothing you can do. Like, it's so stale, it's so drive a position that you almost can't do anything at all. It's such a closed position, which to be fair, I'm sort of guilty of always creating those kind of things. It brings it to attack there. I could raise if he does that. I can't take. If he takes, I could easily take. If he keeps going, I could deal with it. If he takes, it's fine. If he keeps going, it's also fine. That might not be fine at all. I don't know why I did that. His other pieces are far enough, at least, where it's not that big of a deal, but it was definitely, he would take, I would take, he would still take. You could give a light square check to the king. I could lock with the queen. Okay. That wasn't actually as bad as it seemed, but it's obviously just an unnecessary blunder just to make. I won't even do it. This light square bishop is completely useless, though. There's nothing I can do with that. Like I could take here, then open something. He's taking there. There was no chance of piece down. Yeah, I almost forgot that even happened, but still doesn't seem like that bad of a position. It's just kind of weird. And because the knight sucks so bad, maybe I could do something, but it's just too easy to do anything right now. And yeah, the bishop just can't do anything. He's just stuck. You literally cannot even use it no matter what I do. Right, it's completely garbage. Good game. That was bad just from the beginning. Okay, see you later. Good games. Okay, so today I'm gonna play against the bot again, the level 6 one, which again I'm sort of making it seem better than what it is, but we're at the point where you either have to take your time in the course of the game and really calculate, and it could take a while, which I don't have the patience to do, which is kind of a big detriment because that's sort of my whole style, is that like I would always say that like in classical I can beat people or play much higher than what you would think my rating should be because I don't know openings and this and that, but I have to actually take my time, which sometimes I'm in the mood for that and sometimes I'm not. So
you know, that's unfortunate because, again, I would be fine still not studying and not doing the typical things you're expected to do, but you have to do one or the other at least, right? At this stage, you have to either take your time in the course of the game, or you have to do something else, like you have to come in with borrowed knowledge that you already know so much and you've studied so much. So again, I shouldn't feel bad that if I take too long, you know, I honestly, I almost feel bad for the engine. So we're doing King's Indian, which again, beyond the first couple of moves, I don't have any concept of what we're doing with it. You know, this is already kind of a bad sequence that I do, but I'm willing to put the knight there so that I don't have to do like this. And even if I did this, it would still allow, like, let me try to explain what I'm doing a bit more, because then at least it'll take longer. If they go there, I take, they take, and then I still have to move it. And if you think about, like, where can you move this? Like, you could go here, right? You can't go here, he takes, you can't go anywhere else. You don't want to block the castle, so it just kind of gets in the way. If I was to go there, then you could double push the pawn, and then it's effectively trapped, even though somehow, like, there are sometimes these lame, I call them like lame horse moves, right? You're supposed to sometimes put it like here or put it like there, something weird, and you just assume they're not going to push the pawn because it's not worth it. Or I swear I've seen that in analysis so many times. You do something weird where you just put it out somewhere, right, that seems like, oh, it could easily get pushed back by the pawns, but you just assume they're not going to do that. So this is objectively probably a bad move because, again, if you do this, I can't put it anywhere comfortable. Right, I'd put it here, which is awkward. I almost don't mind moving the king and putting it there, but look how much I have to acquiesce to the knight. I just don't respect that at all. Now, this gives me the option at least to put it back, and it opens the light square bishop, even though I want it to go here. So all of this is fairly comfortable. That's a bit of an odd thing, like the totem pole bishops that I kind of make fun of double stack, you know. I don't know that that's really... like, why not go here, right? That just seems more intuitive. Or you go here. I don't really know what the point of doing that is. So this seems like a little premature almost, but I could do it. And then I create like my V-shaped pawns here that really serve me very well. Part of my pink flamingo system that, unironically, I am the living proof of that, because what else have I done if not that to get even as far, if you want to call it that, as I have. So again, if you push this now, it doesn't bother me. And the one problem also with the knight is that it compels you to take in a way that other pieces wouldn't, because it can't fight back. So for example, let's say the bishop was here, right? I could take, they could take, and then I could theoretically take again, even though it's covered again. Let's just say it wasn't, right? So you could double take. In this case, I can't even do that. And then it compels me, like, okay, they move here and they threaten it. So now I could move the knight and then let them take, but that could potentially disrupt my pawns if it didn't have a proper connection or cover. So what happens is they push it, and then if I... you know, you feel like you have to take it, otherwise they're going to take it anyway. And you have to either, you know, defend the knight, move the knight to save it. And then in that time, they're going to take it anyway, which is not necessarily true with other pieces, like with the queen or with the bishop, because you could potentially take it back yourself. You know, so the knight can't fight back. Again, going here might not be the best idea. It's tricky to think, like, what is happening with these pawns. But if I really think about it, this is where you have to bring some knowledge in, because I almost want to do this, but then it could mess up with the other knight, like I keep saying. They would push, I would take, they would take, I would take, they would take. It doesn't seem to have much resonance if I bring it here. They could push the pawn, like, I don't know. It almost seems like a move like this is sometimes good, but the problem with it is the fact that they would take, I would take, they would take, and then I need another cover. So let's do that, and then again, worst case, I could bring the knight here, which I'm sure is an objectively bad move, but I'll do it anyway. Now, why can't I do this? They would take, I would take, they would take, I would still take. The problem being that it kind of messes up the position
of this pawn then, because they would take, but I don't know. It's like I don't have to do it, so I should be even more defensive minded than I already am. But this is where I get annoyed. Oh yeah, like here. This would be like a knight move that the engine maybe would make. Go here. And it's like, you know, it's just weird and uncomfortable, and you could push it out fairly easily, but you just do it anyway. Right, I swear it does things like that. So now the knight comes into play with respect to like just giving it somewhere to go. Like I don't even know. A lot of my moves are like, oh, I just want to get it over with, kind of. Not even like a real, I don't care. Like I could assume, oh, he's not gonna push the pawn like that, but that's horrible. See, the knight ruins me, is I feel like I should have already traded it off by now. And the reason why is because like I should have already traded a knight, and the fact that I didn't is problematic. So I want to target this. This is one of my only favorite kind of attacking sort of things to do. Try to open this for the rook or whatever. I'll do it like even this. I don't care. It's hard to even understand what he's trying to do. If you take there, I don't have any recourse. I could go like this, which messes up my dark square bishop itself. But given the fact that this is, you know, this is more like a defensive bishop, so I don't really see the meaning of that in terms of, I don't see the benefit of taking. I just don't. So I end up creating closed positions that maybe shouldn't benefit me, but they, you know, considering I don't like the knights, but then they end up excelling in those kind of positions. So they would take, I can't do it still. I could go here and then I don't see anything like super clear that's happening. That's why I don't like to attack either, because it makes it seem like, you know, nothing could happen here that should be that wouldn't be super obvious. But this is potentially problematic, although I don't see it right away. This would be like a fork on those two. I want to do this move, but I'm sort of tunnel visioning on it a bit too much. And so in the middle of what he's doing, I don't see, I'm by attacking, I'm opening myself up to something is the problem. So now you could take the bishop. Really not much else you can do though, so I don't mind it. Right, like what would be the thing? Even the dark square bishop isn't that good here, like where the knight could be potentially better. The knight is better in the closed position. So now you bring the queen, and it could... Now that's a bizarre move, so I must be putting a certain amount of pressure that would allow this, because you know, you wouldn't have done that otherwise, or it's more just like, oh, you could guarantee the take for later. So the light square bishop also isn't very effective here. So you do a weird move like this, because then he can't take, otherwise I take the knight, but then I can't even do it. This is very odd. This is very, very odd. See, at this point, it becomes easy to just take the easy way out and just not even worry about it. So you're double taking on there, which is pretty much fine. I'd win a pawn here if I took now, but I'm not able to do that. I mean, just the knight's whole vibe is very annoying, because again, the whole game from the very beginning has been like that, where I've been just trying to get it out of the way. So we have the open file here, and I don't know what to do with it. I mean, just look at the knights. You could say I'm using them wrong, but like, man, I'm not really trying to do much of anything at all with it. I couldn't even tell you what's happening. So the pawn could still be taken, you know. Okay. Okay. I mean, it bogs down to a position that's so annoying, but I think I was playing decently defensively, and so what you realize is the more boring style of play that you have, the better you tend to do. Unless you really study specific attacks and stuff. So I was losing a little bit, but it didn't really feel like I was losing that badly. It felt more like you're supposed to do this, but I don't get it. Like, okay, take with the knight. You could take with that. Oh, I'm underestimating the number of covers I even have. I thought I'd have to mess up the pawns, which maybe would even still be worth it. See, like I'm trying to take too much initiative. In this case, you're supposed to bring it back, but that's just because I've limited the options of what you can do. It doesn't feel like that bad of a position, but so even he's doing the wrong things. Why did I even do that? Like, yeah, I'm doing something as simple as not covering the thing. I was trying to create like a double stack. So my weakness is when I have the mindset of actually trying to attack or do something like that. And how many women have beaten Super GM? See, this is a bit of a fallacy of statistics, though. You'll point, like Judith Polgar has beaten Gary Kasparov, and oh, it's what a great stat. But it's only natural that high-rated players, regardless whether they're women or men, would beat one another. So like, even a small number of times. So you're kind of giving them undue credit for something. Right? She beat Richard Rapport, but she's also a high-rated player herself. So why is that? Oh, you beat a 2700 plus, but she's 26. Like, I don't know why you're acting like this. Right, you're looking at it in terms of, oh, it's a woman. Why not just look at, oh, a 2715 beat a 2630, or I'm sorry, the opposite. Right, 2630 beat a 27. That's not that crazy. I mean, it's good, but obviously all Judith Polgar. Now, that's weird with Pia Kramling, though, because she had played at a time much earlier than that, right, where she's older than Judith Polgar. So why would it be 2004? That should have happened a lot sooner. So again, Polgar beat Anand and stuff like that, Gary Kasparov. But the thing is, wait, where does it even show Gary Kasparov? But yeah, again, it's a fallacy. You're looking at them in terms of women. I like how Judith Polgar just dominates the whole fucking list. Luke McShane, the guy who's everybody's favorite here, like how he kind of moonlights as a GM, and he's doing stock market shit in fucking Europe somewhere. So again, I don't know why you're giving undue credit to that. Like, good players will beat other good players. Like, that's fine. You're looking at it in terms from the lens of being a woman, which again doesn't matter. It's just weird. Like, how often do players of grandmaster level or higher themselves beat super grandmasters? So you're assuming that they're not super grandmasters themselves because there's only really been one. Although Hao Yifan was very close, like, oh, you have to be considered 2700 to be a super GM, and she got to like 2699 or something stupid like that, like 1 point away. So, strongest player in my chess club. Oh, it's a weird contradiction that I find myself in, because I respect the slower formats and they seem necessary. But, if you're not wanting to study and stuff, but also you can't really do anything with it because I'm too lazy and lack the patience to really do it, or I find it boring. So I'm trying to think of something else that I want to do. I keep bringing up those delisted games and stuff, but I don't really have enough time to do anything here, but I'm getting bored of just doing this every time. I mean, I should do it until I beat it, basically, but this is a good example of this level 6 bot shows you what it would be like. It kind of bogs down. So at some point, you have to really just indulge it and
enjoy that, because this is what higher level chess looks like. Not that it's super high level, but it's kind of the form of it, that, oh, it's probably going to be a draw and it's going to be super stale and repetitive and just nothing's going to work, because anything that you can see they could see, and it's going to be like very difficult to get anything to happen. And again, it's always easier to defend than attack, so like that last move I'm just not looking, and that's my big weakness, is when I try to attack or try to do something offensive minded. I had joined on April 1st, but it wasn't an April Fool's joke that I'm going to do blindfold, you know, kind of shit. But just to be clear, like, if I didn't do that, I'm still losing, but it's not like the end of the world. So let's see how it would have played out. Okay, you go here. I don't really like that. That was an acceptable pawn to lose, because, you know, that was one that he should have taken earlier. I like the idea of the trade here. I like the fact that he takes the trade. I don't really care for that. He could have taken the bishop with the knight much earlier. Now this is where it gets confusing whether you want to take that or not. So you do take it. Now this leaves this very vulnerable, like with the triple line potential attack, even though some of them are covered. And it's weird. So now, even though you could, like, why is that bad? You could take that, but now what? You choose not to take it. You could take in Shack again. Anytime it's trading, I'm fine with that. Okay, that's no good. See, all these moves. What is that? What is that? Like, what is that move, dude? No, but like all these moves where you just ignore pawns. Like, it's very tempting just to always take them. This move is bizarre. Let's see how it plays out. Like, you take the queen again. I'm not against this whole trading idea. Even despite all this, unless they played it absolutely right, they may it may still be within drawing territory, but I couldn't even explain to you like why it's winning, why it's losing, why anything. Right, like this shows you it's an engine type game, even though this one isn't the best. It's like it's doing things that just aren't naturally intuitive. Like you can't explain all of this. It's just kind of happening, and it's disappointing, because again, that's been my weaknesses. It's one thing if I deliberately like just don't want to study or something, but it's another thing if I'm unwilling to, even in the course of a game, like put forth the effort. I guess you have to feel like you have a lot of time in general, whether it be in these sessions or even, right, like you have to really commit so much time that then it stops bothering you as much, right, and just get really immersed in it, and then take forever and study and do it all. But I don't know. I think I made a decent accomplishment just by getting as far as I did, but now I can't really even use this. Or I could do what this account was made to do, which is, how do I even do that? The blindfold thing. I can't remember if there was a setting for it, or if it's just like a set. I forget. Kid mode, yeah, just play on Chess Kid, which I did. That was permadeath site, whatever. Gauntlet, where I play on all the sites. It's disappointing how few there how few. Oh, you have to do it like in the middle of the game, which I don't even understand. But like, I'm trying to play, like, yeah, let's do that. Let's do a classical. Let's actually do it. Okay, we'll do a 30-minute game, and then I'll just go blindfold and just figure it out.
Right, and if people don't like it, they can quit. 7 factors to consider when selecting over-the-board tournaments. Yeah, how about just the distance from you, which for some people is stupid. Like, you have to go to New York City, or you have to go somewhere, you know, far away, potentially. So I'm probably a pretty low rating in this, because I was trying to do that before. Yeah, 500. And again, I would be much better than that, even in blindfold, but I obviously just wasn't playing to that potential. So classical is a dead format as it is, especially like this. I don't know if I even want to do this. It's just so much effort. Like, I have to respect that about it, but I also didn't realize how that works. NBA 2K game going offline. 2K25, that's pretty routine though, because I kind of want to do a series on that, but it takes so much effort to do it on console. Like, I'd rather just, I really should do this. Like, I'll just pick games on here and I'll just start doing them, because like the get your games back, you know, because you have nothing to lose. Like, oh, I'm gonna save it for some sort. Like, let's try this game, I don't care. The First Descendant. Why does this sound like a single player game that should be? Yeah, like if you already bought the game, something, you know, you should still be able to. Beyond the Void. Yeah, the void of the game no longer existing. Like, why are they doing March 13th? They're doing an update. A lot of effort, difficulty maintaining the builds. Does that mean there's another version of it that you could do? See, it makes me want to play stuff just for that reason, even if it's something I normally... Oh, this is stupid. Like Black Desert. This will always be on PC and stuff, but some of this stuff is dumb. Resident Evil Reverse. See, what is this? 6-player online shooter accessible to owners of Resident Evil Village. This is so dumb. See, you never get the chance to try stuff like this that might be interesting. Madden 21. Yeah, why is 2K25 shutting down so soon? Like I wish the 2K games were better on PC, because then I would, you know, it'd be so easy. I could just do it right now, but then I'd have to set up my whole console and capture card and shit to do those kind of things. Delisted Games anniversary. So, but no, that's almost what I was doing as a mini series, like just trying shit that's going to be. I only got to play this for around 4 or 5 hours, but I really enjoyed it. Accessible and fun like any good car. Oh, this is car racing. Should be. I'll be sad to see it go. Yeah, who needs Mario Kart that you keep hearing ads for? That's supposedly a launch, like the big launch title, I guess, for the Switch 2, even though you should probably come out with something else, like a flagship, you know, major Mario game. Like, didn't you learn from the GameCube launch where you did Luigi's Mansion and what a shitty idea that was? But even though I like the game, it's just, then you came out with Sunshine, but it wasn't like, it wasn't right at the beginning, but it was like close to it, I think. And then of course when these are about to go offline, I always assume, oh, it's gonna have an influx of players just for that reason alone, just to get a chance to play it, like for my reasoning. But this is such a good thing to give you an excuse, right? Just to, like, if you don't know what to do, it'll, you know, oh, I'm doing this, I'm using this just to tell me what to do because it's about to go offline. There probably are other sites too that'll tell you this, but delisted game, or this will be ones that already are. Right, these will be already gone instead of, like, why are those? Why is Metro stuff like that delisted? Like, what? Yeah, Spec Ops was for some stupid reason, like the soundtrack, like you couldn't just change that. Metro delisted, but why? Sign agreement. Like some of these things are so stupid. Make a delisting offer. Wait, is this not what I think it is? Fuck, this is something else. Metro. What happened to the OG versions of these two games? Prevent to cause confusion between two versions right now. There's still instances of asking if they should play 2033 Last Light Redux. I don't care. Like, really, what? Why are some of the... I guess some of them are because there's just other versions on there, but I don't care. Let's look at the other thing. What was it? That stupid racing one. But yeah, that's the problem, is a lot of these will be dead, and even despite them about to go offline, they'll still not have anybody playing them, or partly because of that, but they'll also be like multiplayer only, so even if you go and do try to play it, right, you won't even be able to find it. You won't even be able to play it because it'll be online only, multiplayer only, and then it'll be dead. And then it's like if you buy it, it's like you'll be a sucker, right? Oh, it's about to go offline, and then I'll buy it just to try it before it goes offline, and then waste money on it, and then I know I'm not going to be able to. I know I'm not going to be able to ever play it again, but it's still worth it for me to try it. I think like Crime Side, I had to do that or something. Picked up for $139, maximum discount allowed. Can't go wrong for that price. It's just sad how many games go through that, like where, you know, you don't have to worry about that with the physical age, like, oh, you'd physically have the disc and that's it, right? Now it's like, oh, you missed out on this thing and then you never get a chance to do it again, right? And it's like, you could say, oh, if you wanted to play it, just get it, right? You should have just bought it. You should have had it. But it's very hard to keep track of that with like every game in existence. Like, how are you going to know, right? Maybe you didn't hear about it. Maybe you didn't grow up then. You want to go back and try something older. Yeah, that would be the problem with me trying to do this, is if I try to there's going to be negative reviews. Servers will go down in about 3 months. Game was first seen 2023. Early access. One of the best games ever. Nice game will close its doors soon. I don't know why he's putting it in French. Gameplay is mostly good for fans of the car racing game. Unfortunately, it suffers greatly from incompetent design choices. Mario Kart, of course. Sad when I heard that it's gonna go offline June 12th. Like, people are coming just to review it then, that way. I've always sort of made fun of the Mario Kart kind of games because it's like, well, you know, almost how I talk about sports games, even though I do like the 2K, you know, NBA 2K and stuff. Like, I make fun that, oh, why would you want to play a kart game like Mario Kart where you drive as fast or as slow as what you do in real life, if not slower? Why would I want to do something in a game that I drive faster than that every day on the way to work or something, right? So why would that make sense? Right? Why would you want to go slower? You want to do like F-Zero where you're going like 1,000 miles, or you want to do, which that series seems to be totally defunct and they gave up on it, or Sonic where you're going super fast, right? Those are things that are faster speeds than what you go in real life, versus, again, Mario Kart where you're doing it so slow that it makes you wonder, like, why would you even want to do that? So similar to like sports games, like, why would you want to play a game that's like a real sport that you could just play in real life? Now, obviously you couldn't play it at that level and with that intensity and whatever, but still, it's or you theoretically could, but that is something that I sort of made fun of, is like, why would you want to play a sports game like a sport video game, why not just go and play the sport for real in real life? Or in the context of even certain like fantasy characters and stuff, like why would I want to be a knight with a sword and a shield and realistic kind of archer or whatever? Because people have done that in real life, and you theoretically could still do that in real life, versus like using magic. That's why I like mages so much. That's why it's a fantastical element. No, you couldn't do that in real life. So you know what I mean? Like you're looking for something a little novel and distinct, instead of, oh, let me try to do something that you could have done or that people have done technically in real life. You can't take it so literally as that, but I just kind of make fun of it. Why do I want to play a game of a game that exists in real life? Just go outside and do it, for real. But that seems like too soon, right? Like some of the other ones, 2K21 of something else is going offline now, 4 years later. This is going off immediately. Like, what do you mean? So June 13th. Wait, why isn't that showing up then? The rat plague. What even are these games? High pizza. Look how many things you miss out on the opportunity to do. Yeah, this is always a fun thing to not only, although it's kind of sad, the context of it, but, it gives you ideas of what to do. It sort of breaks my completionist, perfectionist nature too. Like, I only want to do something if I'm really immersed and really focused and really put in the time and really, make a big thing out of it. Here, it's like, I don't have to worry about that, because if I don't do it now, I'll never be able to do it. So you just, I'd be more willing to do it half-heartedly or casually or whatever, just on a whim, kind of. So I had that format that I would do on Saturday sometimes, like that, where the flex format, which was sort of meant to be for that, mainly just like playing stuff that I've never played before for the first time, but I would make a point to try to do stuff especially that might be going offline and things like that. And so now I could almost do that. The problem is my setup is kind of messed up right now, where I don't even have a mouse and stuff, so I'm just too lazy to set it up. But no, I could almost do that. How long have I been going? I try to go for about an hour. So yeah, this would give me a great idea of stuff to do, because I really can't decide. And anything more intensive, I don't really want to do. Or what would almost suit my schedule at this point is like those kind of games that are, you have the low tier stuff where you can just do like, you can do a game of chess, and then, each game kind of feels like a full satisfying experience, so you don't have to play for super long, right? You can just play like a couple games or however many you want, like a multiplayer match-based kind of game, right? So that would be the easiest ones to do in a casual level, like Hearthstone. You just play a couple matches, Hearthstone, chess, things like that. Then the next tier would be maybe things that take a little bit longer, like even 2K or something, or even games that are sort of sequential that way, like Don't Starve or Binding of Isaac, where you might do a run and then you could start over, like a roguelike type of thing. So you do it and you either beat the run or you restart, you die, you keep trying over and over. So that would be kind of like, I'll do one run each session, or even if it continues, that's fine. So those kind of things would be in the middle, like where it takes some amount of attention, but not the most. And then obviously at the highest level, you have something really immersive that you'd really want to take your time with and everything like that. So the only thing I would say is, if I can find a different site that would actually show this, maybe. 'Cause I'm sure there's a lot more besides that. It's just that feeling of like, oh yeah, you'll never be able to ever play, a certain game ever, and you'll hear about it. That's kind of how classic WoW was, until, again, fans might have had their own private servers, but until Blizzard actually re-released it, it's like, you're never going to be able to play it, but you keep hearing people talk about, it's the best game ever, one of the best games. So kind of rub it in your face and you never get a chance to do it. It's like, oh, if you liked it so much, or if you wanted to play it, you should have just played it. What if you weren't born then? You were born in 2007, so it would have been Burning Crusade even if you were playing it at 1 year old. Like, you know, it's not fair to the whole history of the gaming. So I almost want to do that just to sort of start this delisted thing officially, but I wasn't really planning on it, and I don't have my mouse properly set up. I turned these just into like a just chatting thing after a time, because I feel like, which would be good for like my debate format thing, because I was trying to bring that back. I guess I sort of officially did bring it back. I did like a couple sessions just talking about various concepts that I had discussed in the past and different terms and stuff. I have like a whole encyclopedia worth of terms. But yeah, that delisted format could be good. I could try that the next session. I wanted to beat the level 6 bot to actually like unlock the ability to do anything else. But I guess I just am having trouble doing that. And yeah, the blindfold aspect seems almost a little bit too taxing. So I'll even admit, like, I have a certain amount of respect for chess, but it has its limit. And I ultimately have used it almost as a filler category where, like, when I just don't know what else to do, or when I don't have a ton of time and things like that. So I like that little hierarchy I was just trying to make, that like story games and stuff like that would be at the top, where it requires a certain amount of attention and immersion. And you know, some of these things are not really too relevant because you get to, you know, not really worry because they're about to go offline anyway, so you might not ever be able to play them again. The problem here would probably be that, again, I assume sometimes, oh, people are going to be trying to play it just to get a chance to do it like what I'm doing, or for the first time, or they'll do it like it'll be active because everybody who loves the game and who's played it in the past wants like one last swan song for it. But I thought that with Spellbreak, and then it wasn't really that active at all, and there were a lot of bots and stuff, and the game was dead. Like, I understand it's about to go offline, but that you would think that would mean it should be more active, on a, you know, kind of ironically, because it's going to be it's going to go offline. So now you want to have like one last chance to play it. And they sort of released the source code to fans, so I think you can still play it. Like, there'll be private server type things, so sometimes those are a good thing, even though, again, you shouldn't necessarily do them. It's a good thing because you get to preserve something that otherwise might be gone forever, right? So in a weird way, like WoW Classic might be true to that. If you hadn't had those private servers over the years, I almost guarantee you they wouldn't have done the actual re-release, because it created such a blueprint and a framework that now they're looking at that and saying, okay, this will inform our ability to do it, and it'll also like make us look stupid for not doing it, because wow, if fans can do it at their own expense, how can we not do it as the company itself? So it showed you the demand. It showed you a lot of the metrics of how you want to go about doing it, you know, the whole process of it. It made the player base maybe a bit cynical towards it in a way that otherwise you wouldn't have been. But Stampede Racing Royale, less than a week, June 16th. Yeah, that is kind of a good format. I think I'll try to do that. I don't really know what I'm trying to do with chess other than just, again, those are my options. I can either do variants, but not on chess.com. I can either do blindfold stuff, like just regular chess with blindfold, or I can do play against viewers and stuff, or try to beat the AI bots, those kind of things. So I've done so many challenges. Like, I even did the bot challenge on chess.com, and then I lost to the little bootleg Anna Kramling chick who's like the Halloween themed one. And so now you have the ability to I don't know. We're really gonna play bootleg Mario Kart just because I don't know what else to even do. But maybe I'll do it tomorrow then. So I'm trying to get back in the routine of actually streaming every day. but that leaves the problem of not really knowing what to do when I do that. So it's so dumb. Like I just go and I rush through the bot and then I get destroyed.